A couple people. I wonder if my voice is coming through. Yo. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I can see my microphone's moving today. Sometimes it's a little bit buggy. How's it going then, guys? Don, how's it going? Not bad at all, Don. Thank you. Long week. Felix has been a bit unwell, unfortunately, but nothing severe. Getting better now. But yeah, other than that, pretty damn good, mate. Thank you. Hope the same for you. Stan, always good to see you. It's a pleasure to have you here, buddy. Frank's Astro, how's it going? And Pete, always a pleasure, Pete. Hope you're having a good one, mate. Is it clear for you up in Scotland? Alan, how's it going, Alan? Hope you're... have you moved yet? I'm trying to remember now if you've moved yet already. I know you were going to some darker skies you were telling me about, but yeah, if you have, are you settling in nicely? And thank you very much, by the way, guys, for the acknowledgement. You can hear me. That's fantastic. I realise I've not actually changed my scene, have I? I've just been sat here just gazing at you. Sorry. Here you are. You can see what I can see now. Now we can see. From Sarnia, Ontario. Nice. Hey everybody, Astro. How's it going, mate? Thunder and brief rain in Houston. Okay, Mike. Hope that clears up for you soon, mate. And didn't bring any problems with flooding. Crikey, like the last stuff in Texas were pretty extreme, weren't it? We were seeing it all over our news here in the UK, and crikey, it looked bad. Northern Lights, is there? I had no idea, bud. Let me just fire up here. I think I've got... What's the site called now where you can check on Northern Lights situation? Aurora Watch, that's it. Just have a gaze. For us it looks pretty quiet at the minute, but there has been some peaks, hasn't there? But yeah, interesting stuff. I'm going live basically tonight with pretty much no plan so far. I'll tell you what I've been doing anyway. I've been messing about with my gear a little bit. I had a switch over from my Edge HD setup with the 07 reducer and the 533 mono, and I put the Hyperstar on for a while, and I was doing a bit of testing with that. However, it didn't last long, to be honest. I set up everything perfectly. It was working fine. But, I don't know. It just didn't do it for me right now. So I've ended up actually putting it back to the reducer and 533 mono, actually, at this point in time. Still a few months away from clear skies. Oh, fair, mate. Yeah, partially clear for you, Pete. Alright, moon's a bit bright. It is. Yeah, it is a bit bright. So I'm thinking tonight, if I can, probably going to do a bit of narrowband instead. I know there's a nearly zero chance I'll be able to actually show you this, but alas, I will try anyway. Currently got, keep it quiet, an AM3 here for review. So I'm taking... if it'd ever focus. That ain't happening, is it? What a fail. Well, I'm sure you could see it was the Veil Nebula anyway. I'm taking that with the AM3 rig. Bit of testing on that thing, and it's looking promising, to be honest, mate. Yeah, quite happy with that thing already. Oops. Using the Edge HD tonight. I am, mate, yeah. Back on the Edge HD, the 07 reducer, and the 533 mono. So in a minute, we're actually going to have a look at some targets that we can probably go after and pick some, basically. But as I was saying, I put the Hyperstar on, and it weren't really scratching the itch at this point in time. And that is partly caused by the fact that I did a little bit of side-by-side testing with the SQA 106 and a 585 mono versus the Hyperstar with the 2600. So not like equal testing at all, but similar focal lengths. at the very least. And the SQA was just overall just a nicer image, just sharper and better to look at. So yeah, I switched things back around. We'll try to catch up proper. Hello from UAE. How's it going? Old geezer gazing. Not yet. Still hunting. Got you, Alan. Right. Sorry, mate. I could have sworn you were moving, and I thought you must have already gone, but hit the button. Thank you. Got a new auto flats panel. And also 2600 MC Pro for your RC6 and RedCap 51. Nice, mate. Are you thinking of going a bit remote, perhaps, with that setup? Collections of 533mm and MC Pro on the 2600. Very nice, yeah. Shooting the fish on a plate tonight. What's that one, mate? Let me just quickly switch things over here so I can see what's going on. David, how's it going, by the way, David? Nice to see you here. I'm going to fire up Stellarium, and you guys can keep an eye on this. I've still not got around to importing a custom, bloody hell, what's it called? Horizon into my Stellarium, so yeah, look out for that. Right, I'll pull this over here for now. Am I going to lose this in a second? There's a chance. No, we're alright for now. Same one up on your own, fully remote. Very nice. The Tulip. Ah, right. Got you, Morpheus. It's a potential, isn't it? Like Pete says, that moon is a bit intense tonight. It were pretty strong last night while I was messing around testing everything out, to be fair. But, yeah. Let's see if we can get something picked. Actual live images would be great since your OG on your Minicam 8 arrived. Installed, you haven't been able to get out since the 3rd week of July. Oof. That's rough, Mike, but congratulations on the OAG kit. That looks pretty good. Well, really good, actually. I think pretty good's underselling it a tad. Ooh, look at that cluster. Could be a good time to go after a cluster, you know, with it being full moon. Or I can do a bit of narrowband on something. Maybe. Elephant trunk, possibly, mate. Yeah, I think that's definitely hittable for me right now. What's the Necklace Nebula? Probably too small. I'm gonna guess, but I will have a look anyway. I'll take you through my thoughts on things while I do this. So this is PN G054. Is there any other designation for that? PNG 054.2. Wow, these designations. Necklace Nebula, that looks incredible. Dumbbell, that's another potential tag actually. Yeah. What is this? I wonder just how small it is. It's because it's beautiful. Should we line up and have a look and just see what it actually looks like? I'm going to see if it has any other designations. Like an NGC number would be a bit easier for us, wouldn't it? But not seeing anything too obvious. I hope it's in the like the list that's populated in Nina. We will soon find out anyway. I'll move this to one side a second while I get that part figured out. Right. That's something I want to try. So just bear with me one sec while I fire up the PC. The computer. I've said that twice. The telescope. I will get there. I promise my brain will begin working at some point tonight. And we take a look at this thing. Possibly through Nina, yeah. Maybe we'll have a little live stack on Sharp Gap after we've lined up as well. Right. Get everything connected up. Yeah, I tell you what was quite nice. Once I'd switched over from the Hyperstar back to the 533, obviously I expected to have to recollimate, but it was completely perfect again. So as soon as I put that secondary mirror back in its like slot, it's indexed on an Edge HD. I don't know if it's the same on all the fast star telescopes, but it's got a little inset like grub screw that sticks out. So not really a grub, but anyway, it sticks out very slightly, and it helps you make sure that it's always indexed in the exact same position, your secondary mirror. So yeah, no collimation needed. Pretty smooth. Let's try and find this target anyway. So it was PN G054.2-03.4. Not likely, is it, this? Tell you what, I'll have to try and use RA and deck. 1944. And what was the other one? 1709. Alright. Let's see if we can find it here. As you can see, we're not yet into darkness, so we've got a bit of time to play around and get things figured out. Live on Discord. I absolutely will be checking out the Discord, mate. Yeah, shortly. But for now... Oh, crikey, this is a bit too big of a view. We'll try going to a degree. Take a look and see if we can see anything. Let's just see. Pretty small even on Edge HD. Yes, by the looks of it, mate, it does look absolutely tiny, doesn't it? But why don't we just salute to it and take a look for a laugh, and then we can say we've seen it, as long as it's in a good position, which it looks to be, pretty much smack south, as long as it's out of the trees, which it should. Yeah, easily be, I would have thought. That's my only real obstacle, south and east. Are those, but... I'll catch up with chat as well, actually, while I'm here, as long as I can find the panel anyway. It is. Whoosh. Imaging rain and clouds again tonight, says William. Oh no. That's rough, mate. Loads of clouds here, hence you're in bed. Good on you, mate. Yeah, get some kip while you can. Necklaces in Stellarium. Okay. We definitely found it there, didn't we? It's just didn't really seem to want to get found on Nina, but maybe that's a me issue, you know what I mean? PNG054. Is that the one I just typed in? Yeah, it is. Thank you, buddy. That is helpful. It saves me having to go across screens. Good evening, Norm, by the way. Good to see you. Can't remember. I got observatory walls, all the same, or if you load the south. They're all the same, Mike. I've just got two slightly different height piers in the observatory by like 5 inch or something. The northernmost pier in my observatory is a bit taller. But yeah, just so you can see over the other scope a bit easier if they're both pointing in the same direction, for example. Let's just see. Leaving your bottle 9 skies in the UAE soon for bottle 1 skies in Rwanda. Wow. That's going to be incredible, mate. Is NGC 6888 able to be seen? It is. Absolutely. That's the... crikey. Not jellyfish? Not called jellyfish, is it? Crescent Nebula. 9 months of unfinished projects. Yeah, I feel that, mate. That's That's one thing I dislike about mono, for example, in this country. I feel like I end up with more unfinished projects with it, you know what I mean? But anyway, we're on target. I will run a focus real quick, and I don't know, we can just take a frame or two and see what we can see. Hopefully it's there somewhere. Maybe we will live stack like I said. Once the focus finished anyway. Right. Chat panel disappeared. Here we are. Gotcha. In bed now, but sad we see him watching you. Oh, thank you, mate. I appreciate the support. Like spending time with all you guys and chatting away. So yeah, hopefully you enjoy it too. Good evening, Richard. By the way, just got back to the UK after 10 months in Jakarta. Wow, going to do some imaging as well tonight. Blimey. I have to ask, are the skies where you live in the UK better than in Jakarta? Or is it the other way around? As far as I know, Jakarta's quite built up in it. Unless I'm totally way off. Let's get this V-curve underway. Looking pretty decent. I wonder what channel we should try to do this with. Maybe just luminance, do you think? Or go after it with HA or something. It looked like when we were checking out the target itself, it's possibly strong in oxygen 3, isn't it? But it was discovered in the Isaac Newton H Alpha survey. Interesting. Never seen that before, you know. So it is a totally new one to me. Plonk this off to one side again. We can always come back to that. Wow, yeah, 9+ in Jakarta. Jupiter TV, by the way. Hello there, mate. Good to see you. Can possibly have a look at NGC 6888 as well, as Don were asking. That might be a bit of fun. Looks like the focus is finished anyway, chaps. So let's fire up. If I can find it, just for a moment. Sharp gap, of course. Tell you, I feel like something's wrong with me tonight. My brain's not working very well. Right, let's connect up to the Aries. All done. And now if we go with, what we're going to say, 10 second subs, 350 gain. That's got to be loads, isn't it? I'm sure it'll pick something up at that. That said, maybe I spoke too soon. I don't know. Let's pick a star to guide on, and maybe we'll up that exposure length a touch. Perhaps we'll go, what, 30 seconds? 300 gain. And we'll kick off the live stack at that, and just hopefully it's all stackable. I'll be careful with the full width half max to begin with, just so we make sure we've got something to stack. Be interesting to see whether this just shows up in narrowband really from my location. If we don't see anything after a couple of minutes here, we will change it over, I reckon, to H alpha oxygen or something like that, and give it another go. So I'll just change the F2HM acceptance level, shall we say. Took that black point up a little bit. Are we seeing something? Maybe. I feel like maybe there's something there. Right in the middle. Kind of what you would expect. I'm thinking we need to change filters. Wondering which one though. Unless I'm missing it and it's misframed, but I don't think I am. I reckon that's it. Yeah, almost certainly actually. Let's try H alpha. We will clear that, close that down, and change the filter. H. We'll have to let this frame purge, if you like. As it's going to be the one where the change is done. Now let's up the gain a good bit. Right, the next frame that comes through should be just pure HA for us, so we can kick off a new live stack. See what we can see. Pull chat back up so I can actually chat to you guys. Oh, blimey, William sent 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that, William. I really, really appreciate that, and I'm sorry I missed that happening right there, buddy. That's very, very kind of you. And oh, Daniel as well. Oh, bloody hell, mate. Thank you. Hope you have a fantastic night imaging. Thank you, Daniel. I absolutely will, mate. I always love spending time, like I say, chilling out with you fine chaps and chapettes. And I hope that you have as much fun as I do, basically. Ooh, look, we've been musked straight through. It appears to be showing through a bit stronger, don't it, in HA. Hopefully, it stacks properly. And now I've lost the chat. Allow me to find that a second. And pop this back up. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Probably catch up. So, right. Yeah, cracky bottle, 9+. Thank you again, Daniel. That is really, really kind of you, mate. The support is greatly appreciated. Why is weighted batch pre-processing not producing a master? Do you have it selected to do so, or is it just performing the pre-processing steps? So it needs to, you know, be taken to run image integration, I do believe, as its last step. Richard is running 3 scopes this evening. I'll point at the Crescent. Wow. Samyang 135, the RVO 432, and a Skywatcher 200 PDS. Gonna try and make a hyper zoom reel. That'd be cool, mate. Yeah, I've often fancied doing that myself. Yeah, good luck, basically, mate. I think that'll be a lot of fun if you can pull that one off. Klaus, good to see you, Klaus. Good evening from Geneva. Hopefully, maybe you've caught a little bit on the recent streams, Klaus. I don't know if you have, but I want to say thank you for your images that you've submitted. It's been a lot of fun to take a look at those and do some kind of learning and critique through them. So yeah, thank you for taking the time to share those. That goes to everybody, by the way. Anybody who submits images to the Discord and stuff, spot on. It really does help everybody out in the learning process. We can basically see so far on this thing practically nothing, can't we? So I will give it a bit more of an aggressive stretch, just in the hopes of seeing something. No, it's very little in it, but I'd say let's find another target. That's my gut feeling now. Right. We'll close this down. We'll go back to good old Nina. I do believe someone earlier said they would like to see the Crescent. So while it's still not yet dark, let's take a look at the Crescent. Could be a bit of fun for us. I'm still open to targets basically tonight. There was one that I had in mind. I'll try to show you it in just a moment, but basically I started on it and didn't really get anything meaningful done before I had a bit of a wobble and swapped over to the Hyperstar for a while. But yeah, Slew and center on there. You go for a refocus again. It's always a good idea to do another focus after any slew with a suspended mirror telescope like these. It takes a bit of extra time, but well worth it. Let's get chat back open again while we wait for this thing. Oh, actually, images so we can see on the screen what's going on. Failed to move the wheel, interestingly. So could that be a bit of a problem where I'm going to have to disconnect and reconnect the wheel because it was talking previously to Sharp Cap and I didn't disconnect it from this first? We will have to see. Let's try once again. Hopefully you guys don't mind seeing too much, a little bit of fault finding and whatnot. There we go, we can see it now. Just in luminance. Looks absolutely enormous, done it in this framing. Let's jump over now, once again to, well, I don't know. Can we trust that that's in focus? I don't think we can fully trust. I'm gonna try and see if it gets any better. It doesn't take long to run a autofocus, just to be sure. Times like this when I'm doing EAA kind of stuff that I wish I was using one-shot colour on this rig. But equally, I don't know. Mono's a lot of fun when the moon's really strong, especially. Let's let it run anyhow. Ugh. Right, chat is what I'm catching up on. So, evening to you too, by the way, Andrew. If I didn't say hello, Daniel's Astrophoto, gathering data on the Western Vale. Nice. Wish I could spend some time with you tonight, but unfortunately I've got to get some kip early tomorrow morning. Well, thank you again, Daniel, by the way. I really do appreciate the support, buddy. And the same goes to you, William. That's very, very kind of you. Welcome aboard the new members, who William has very kindly gifted there. And I apparently have just about caught up. There we are. Hi Luke, hello Ian, good to see you. Looking forward to your live stream, just waiting for cloud to clear, then attempting the elephant trunk. Okay, good stuff. What are we looking at? So right now, Andrew, we are trying currently to get on the Crescent Nebula and get it focused, basically. So as soon as this is finished, it's run its autofocus. I'll switch to Sharp Cap briefly, and we'll do a little bit of a live stack, perhaps just in HL alpha or something. And we'll see what it looks like, just for a window. Right, at that time we were looking at the Necklace Nebula, as Mike rightly points out, by the way. Thank you, Mike. Vera, good to see you. I'm doing well, mate. Thank you. Hopefully you're the same. Let me just quickly switch over now to Sharp Cap for a sec. I'll be a good boy this time, and I'll disconnect the filter wheel and the camera. Sometimes they kind of get a little bit aggy if I don't, so so I shall. Let's kick off guiding on. I don't know. That looks as good as any. I really don't like when it picks stars right next to the edge for some reason, and it doesn't do it for me. And it hadn't refreshed apparently, so I nearly made a big mistake there. Good job I noticed last second. Right, reconnect things in here. Astrophotography is so clunky, innit? It really is. Right, H alpha. I'll just let this frame do whatever it wants to do, and then we'll kick off the live stack on the next one. I try to get a bit more comfortable. Right, Is that frame finished? It has. Live stack. Let's get this next frame going and we'll go from there. Chat time. Something's coming through. Yeah. Love these streams. Oh, thank you, Mike. Always appreciate that, mate. It's nice to be able to share it, you know what I mean, with like-minded folks, basically, because, I don't know, I've said before, there's not really anybody else in person, let's say, that I get to talk to about astrophotography. Look at that. 30 seconds. Crikey, that looks pretty darn good, doesn't it? But yeah, so it's nice to chat to you guys about it. You all get it, so yeah. Picking up in the Sea Star out. Very nice, mate. Just finished building the Lego Icon McLaren Center Edition. Nice. That's there's a few bits to that, eh? Magnificent to see you flash through all your programs and options. I'm sorry if I go a little bit too fast sometimes, mate. If there's anything you want me to focus on, by the way, I don't know if you're meaning that, but if there is anything you want me to focus on and kind of like talk through what I'm doing as I'm doing it, I'll happily do that for you. Any opportunity to try and share and learn is always spot on, and that goes for me too. As many's the time that chat's helped me out, and you know, we've figured something out together. 550 mil. How's it going, mate? Nice to see you. Thanks for the critique. No problem, Klaus. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Devesh. How's it going? Just switched to Nina and it's awesome. Nice. Should have shifted early from the ASI Air. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know, man. I've never felt held back by the ASI Air in any capacity, personally speaking, but yeah, I can absolutely see how you've got more options, perhaps, on Nina. Especially more options for equipment. Pim, how's it going, mate? Always a pleasure to see you on a live stream. It is. I know you come and you spend some time, dude, and I appreciate it. Just a normal Astro debug session. 100%, Mike. Yeah, you're not kidding. Samyang rig is going Whipple. Oh no, guiding all over the shop. So you've got Ju Wei. Okay, Richard. Congratulations on that, mate. Stuck in Cornwall at the minute. Ugh. That's rough. Question for you all. If you have a choice to go with an SQA 55, which would it be? Cameras wise, you mean 550. Depends if you want to go mono or colour, and roughly what's your budget. And then we'll absolutely be able to go from there, dude, I would say. Let me just check this out a second while we give it a little slightly more naughty stretch, do you know what I mean? Look at that. Blimey. I know SharpGap now has this new button. I haven't tried it. Background subtraction. Drag the histogram peaks to near the left hand side to remove background, then adjust the stretch and colour balance in the histogram tab. So you need to move between the tabs. Ooh. So I'm moving this. Hang on. Up to this side? Do I clip it? I wonder. Let's try auto, since I don't know what the heck I'm doing with it just yet. Maybe it only applies to a fresh stack, I do wonder. It's good to see they're adding new features to this program, you know. It's continually getting updated. This SharpGap, you do love to see it. One thing I'm noticing is a few hot pixels are creeping in on this. If I just increase the zoom for a moment, you'll see they're not exactly getting dithered out right now, so I might want to... There's hot pixel suppression, I think. Yeah, hot pixel removal. Up that sensitivity a bit. Maybe we won't see any more appear for a while, but we are just doing a touch of EAA, of course, at the moment. But if we, you know, want to take a look at this thing a little bit closer up, I think it's pretty good, but we can see from such a short stack, just 4 minutes, loads of structure. By the way, target suggestions are being accepted. I I'll tell you what, I'll show you the target I had in mind as well. So, let me just figure out how best to get that up. I'm just checking on my son there. He's asleep on the, like, pull-out bed in the observatory. He's just rolling over a little bit. Right, what are we doing? Finding this target for you, that's where I was up to. Now, I saved it in Nina, in my sequencer, very recently. SH2140, so apparently I was trying it with the Hyperstar on the 29th. Maybe I did try it with a Hyperstar. Why can't I remember? But that's what I was trying last night anyway. 7331, the Deerlick Galaxy, that were a little bit of an eye-opener. That was still with a Hyperstar at that time. Now, SH2140, let me try to get an image of that up for you. It's this. Just over here. Very interesting looking region, I have to say. I love this formation. It's like a sand dune or something with the H alpha wall behind it. It's almost reminiscent of like the Horsehead Nebula in terms of its composition, if you like, with this darker lower segment. And I know that lower and higher doesn't really have any meaning from just from our perspective, but you know, from the angle of this shot. And this illuminated dust in the middle from this cluster of stars, it's very, 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 very pretty target, and I thought that might be worth a punt, basically. So I don't know, if you guys think it's worth a shot, maybe we could have a look at that, SH2 140. But yeah, I will get back to chat in just a moment, by the way, guys. I realise I'm just talking into the void at the moment. As is usually the case with me, to be honest. Right, yeah, so that was the Crescent, just a few minutes. 6 minutes, looking pretty nifty, I have to say. Can't complain at that, can you? Let's go ahead and line up on SH2140, actually. That's the dream. I would love to take a good image of that. If it looks crap, then we'll just change plans. Simple as. I'm not sure what the right approach would be, though. Probably HA-RGB, perhaps? Using that HA layer as luminance, and then the RGB. That could be a thing, I don't know. I don't know about luminance tonight, just traditional luminance with this moon as strong as it is, actually. I almost feel like I've just got a target idea in my head and now I'm talking myself out of it. Does anybody else do this? But anyway, let's go ahead and frame it up. SH2, is it? Yep, 140. There you are. Worst we can do is try, and then we're either going to go, yeah, this looks like a goer, or let's change plans. That's what we're here for. Oh, look at it and all that framing. Oh, that is good. That is good, you know. That could look really, really good with this cluster as well, especially taken in context with the whole thing. I just don't know whether, at the cost of some of this cluster, if for framing's sake, I should move it slightly more central. I don't know. Then it's really just, oh, it's hard to say. No, let's go with it like that. I think that looks good. Flu and center. Come on, Luke, you're going to talk yourself out of this. Right, chat. We can catch up for a moment, can't we, while we're checking this thing. Hopefully flying into view. I'll be glad when we're actually set up and I can just chat to you guys, do you know what I mean? So we're trying to help 550 mil. Hope the family is keeping well. Thank you, Derry. Yeah, mate, we're doing grand. We've, like I said, Felix has been a little bit unwell this week. He's had a stomach bug of some kind, but thankfully, it looks like it's going away now. So that's just been, well, you know, it's like just stressful. But yeah, that's kids. But yeah, hopefully you and your family keeping well, Derry. I do appreciate the kind gesture, mate. Pim started on the Lobster Claw Nebula the other day. Had to throw everything away. It's too much wind. Might give it a go. Maybe. I am wondering now where this thing's pointing. Let's just... There is one more thing we can do to figure that out. And it involves Sharp Cap again, without me having to go look. And connecting up to the observatory camera. The 676. Oh, okay, the pointing angle's lovely. That's absolutely fine. So maybe we'll just do this on both scopes. And then I can do a bit of a comparison video perhaps down the line, like one of those classic YouTube titles, you know, is a big telescope worth it? Always got the content brain, you know what I mean? It looks like my SQA would be able to point comfortably at that. Hopefully the framing angle, I can't remember what it's set to, the SQA, would be correct, because I don't know if I can be bothered swapping it around if it's not. That's terrible, isn't it? But there it is. Right, yeah, I am going to set this up. So let's just make a legacy sequence. I'll set this up fully like I'm going to go to and do everything, even though I'm not. Autofocus on start, every degree. I do have a filter offset, I do believe. Let me just make double sure. Yeah, focus offset of 350 in blue for this particular kit on this reducer. I think the reducer for the Edge HD, you know, the 0.7 thing is very slightly achromatic. So 350 might sound like a lot. It's not much on this thing, but it's enough that I thought it was worth adding that focus offset. But it's still there anyway. I didn't get rid of it. Right. I'm hopeful with this, guys, you know what I mean? I think we could be getting there. Now, how long should these exposures be, do you think? 180 seconds, 3 minutes each? If we do hydrogen, I reckon, and we'll lean on that for luminance effectively. If it doesn't work, I can always just go back and take some luminance at some point, but HHH RGB is what we'll do. So red, green, and blue, and we'll just tell it to dither after that blue, and then everything leading up to it gets dithered. That looks pretty foolproof. SH2 140, 1960 mil 533. Then I'll know exactly what it is. Before I hit play, we don't need to center or sluto. We can just hit go. I do believe we were lined up. Lovely. Let's get it going on the second rig, and then I will catch up with you, chaps, and we'll get that done. So, right, second rig over here. Geralt of Rivia on the background. Any fans in the house tonight? I've seen a bit of sawtoothing on the AM3, interestingly. Wonder what's going on there. Wonder if you guys can see this. I'm observing a bit of a... I've tried before, but maybe you can see. Like a cyclical up, down, up, down, up, down. Like it's chasing its tail for some reason. Perhaps RA aggression's a bit too high. I'm going to try lowering that in case it's overcorrecting. Could also try recalibrating guiding, I suppose. That's another thing. But yeah, What am I doing now? Oh, I've got my streaming software on the wrong screen as well. Go on, lad. Really smooth streaming tonight, innit? Let's get connected up anyway. Does anybody else observe this, by the way? If you've got a QHY Minicam 8, before you even connect to it, as long as power's going to it, it kind of cools itself residually somehow. Just a bit of an oddity. It doesn't really bother me, but it's just something I've noticed over time. Right. Let's unpark. And we're going to go to the same target, I think. As long as it's framed reasonably well. I think that's a goer. I actually like the idea of doing a comparison between these two, because I've just been that bloody impressed with that SQA. SH to 140. Load image, old son. Yeah, I think that'll be alright. That means I can just focus on chatting with you guys basically then, which is much better for me. Oh, it's framed lovely. Yeah, we'll take that. We're going to do the same thing. HHH, RGB, same length subs, and we'll let it be what it is. So add sequence. Failed to move filter wheel. Interestingly, again, why am I seeing filter wheel failures tonight? This is really odd. Failed. All right. Depower it, repower it. Changed now. Very strange. I hope we're not going to have to be dealing with that all night. But if we are, I guess we are, and that's that. Nearly there. So very sorry I haven't been able to be attentive in the slightest so far tonight, but I've gone off without a plan. Autofocus on start, every degree, so we'll track it through the night. 182nd subs I think I did on the previous. And we're going to go HHH. Yeah. And red, green, blue. Lovely. Do that last one. Think. That's good. Keep an eye on that thing on the opposite screen, and we'll see what this one is doing now. If it's behaving itself. Which it appears to be focusing, but I can't guarantee that's in the right filter. Where is the filter wheel? Gone. There it is. Active filter luminance. So it's currently focusing in L, which is fine. It's still parafocal for the H on this thing. We'll just have to make sure it changes before we get started. Yeah, so it is active on H now. That's fair enough. Right. Or a mess about that one. Anyhow, we can chat away now, chaps. Just while this this thing gets moving again. Right. Let me get comfortable. Where were we? I promise I'll get caught up. I'm not gonna skip over stuff. So, started on the Lobster Nebula the other day. Had to throw everything away. There's too much wind. Oh, sorry to hear that, Pim. Yeah, that's one of those targets I might want to hit again soon, but it's probably one for the little AM3 2600 SQA 55 rig, I reckon, is that dude. I think that'd be a good choice. QHY Minicam 8 with the SQA55 is a great combo. Yeah, it is. It's a lovely combination, mate, actually. I fully agree with what Richard's just said there. If you are looking for mono and you're operating on... I don't want to say a budget, because it's not cheap by any means, but it's one of your most cost-effective ways to get into mono. It's bloody unbeatable, I think. Just put your Crescent on Discord. Please do that came out. We're going to have a look at that then. Andrew, 100% we'll take a look at that, mate. What can I see? Oh, I saw something floating in front of my eyes then. I wonder if I'm seeing things. Never thought I'd dislike the moon, but here I am. Fair enough, Bim. There will come a time where you'll enjoy it again, I'm sure. Just got you 2600mm Duo, says Jason. Congratulations, Jason. That's a lovely camera, mate. Just waiting on your 2-inch filters to arrive, so you can take your CS150. That's Carbon Star, I assume, yeah? Super. That's going to be one hell of a fun rig. Wesley, how's it going, Wesley? Been a while since I was last here. It has, mate, hasn't it? Just about to get outside myself. I'm going to have to NGC 7000 with the L Extreme filter on one-shot colour. Nice. Yeah, good stuff. Lovely target. It's one of those I like to come back to year after year after year, and yeah, it's a good reason, isn't it? It's a real showstopper. Aloha from Hawaii. How's it going, mate? Nice to see you. Crikey, I think you might be the first person who've said they're from Hawaii. That's awesome. Look at this, by the way. I have to say, I know not to derail, but blimey, that looks better than I thought it would. That's 1 3-minute sub. Really pleased with that. Really, really pleased with that. Looking at that thing now, I think that's going to work just fine as a luminance layer. Hopefully so. Anyway, it won't look weird, but I'm sure it'll be alright. I love my Duo 17. I've had it for about a year now. That's good to hear, Jason. Yeah, I know a few people have been buying those and enjoying them, so that's absolutely fantastic to see. I know the ZWO mounts, the AM5, AM3, etc. They're pretty spenny, aren't they, by comparison? I have to say. So it's nice to know that there's, you know, quality alternatives out there. You know, even if you can afford something extremely expensive, it's not always the right choice, is it? I love these live streams. Oh, thank you, Andrew. And yeah, it absolutely is, mate. Good to spend time with like-minded individuals. Reminds you that you're not insane for having all this money tied up in gear that you get to use so rarely. But yeah, good stuff. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying them. OTS Cymax, evening, mate. Nice to see you. I love the ASI Air, but didn't feel like I was learning the craft. Interesting. So I went to Nina. Alright then, Andrew, yeah, so if you enjoy, you know, if you get something out of the slightly more hands-on nature, more power to you, dude. That's awesome. You're doing the right thing. The second night on the Cygnus Loop project for Alan. We're up to 7 hours by the time tonight's session is done. I have the SV555. Budget would stretch to the SQA55, but I'm loving this little scope. Awesome. Yeah, a lot of people really do rate those highly. I know my mate Queeve the Laser Geek, he's got a fantastic channel, by the way. I'm sure you're all aware of it in chat, as you're probably as mad into Astro as I am. But yeah, if you haven't seen him, Queeve the Laser Geek on YouTube, check him out. But I know he initially put me onto the SQA55. He was like, dude, this thing is ridiculous. You got to check one out. So I did. And yeah, it's absolutely just an incredible telescope. But then he also got the 555 and tested that, and he was like, this is actually really, really good as well. So yeah, I can absolutely appreciate that you're enjoying that thing, dude. It looks like a fine telescope. It was camera, yeah. Sorry, dude. So I'm just about catching up now. You flipping. You like to check it. I always used to do that, mate. Every time a Meridian flip were coming up, I'm like, right, I'm going to go watch this thing. Mesmerizing. It's a small FOV with the SQA55. Gives a lot of options. Richard is talking about an interesting point there, actually. It does have a kind of restrictive field of view if you're after going after very big targets. That said, if you want to try data from that exact setup beforehand, before parting with your money, just check out on my YouTube channel. I've got a recent SHO tutorial for the Cygnus wall, basically, and I took that with the SQA55, so the same telescope that you've got, 550, and with that QHY minicam coupled up to it. So if you like that data and you like the field of view, then you know it's all green lights at that point, innit? You should go ahead. But yeah, be wise to check it out ahead of time. Darkstar Astronomy, how's it going, dude? I need advice from you. Okay. How did you promote your channel and get to where you're at? What advice can you give to new astrophotography channels? Ooh, that is a tough one. Just, it's going to sound cliched nonsense, but just be yourself, obviously, on camera, because let's face it, you're appealing to an adult audience. You're not kids watching you when you're doing astrophotography. It's mature folk, and they're not going to be fooled. So always, first and foremost, just be yourself and let your own audience come. Like-minded individuals, like we keep talking about, will find you, mate, and that's the way to do it. But I think half of YouTube is not so much just committing to a grind. I hate calling it a grind or something, but yeah, just committing to the fact that it's going to be a long old road, because I've been doing it for a few years now and I haven't seen, enormous growth. I've seen enough. I'm very, very, very happy with where I'm at. But if you look, oh, Andrew, I've just noticed that, buddy. Thank you so much for that, mate. That's really kind of you, Andrew. I very much appreciate that. I will come back and appropriately thank you in just a sec. I just don't want to lose this train of thought while I'm trying to help this chap out. But where is my channel right now? So view my channel. Just drag it over here. You can see 21.9k subscribers. Yeah, that's all right, but it's taken me almost 300 videos to get to that point. It's a lot of effort to make a single video. So I've certainly seen not amazing growth, but good, I would say, and I think it's just through being consistent with my content. I'm not trying to pull any special tricks or like that. I just find things that help me and then try to help others with it, sharing my thoughts on stuff. There's always going to be a place in any marketplace for that kind of thing, isn't there? But yeah, hopefully that long-winded rant gets across to you what I'm trying to say, which is just stay the course, be yourself, and just keep making good content, basically, mate. That's the key. Andrew, again, mate, that's very, very kind of you. You're a top chap. Where was I? The support is absolutely fantastic, guys. By the way, I have to say, I know how bloody lucky I am. That's another part of it, by the way, that I think I've just completely missed and glossed over. Whether you believe in luck or not, I feel like maybe it is a little bit of a part of it. I don't view myself as any, special individual thing or something like that. I am where I am. I'm just another bloke with a telescope at the end of the day. So perhaps there must be some luck involved, because I know there's probably channels out there that are smaller than me making better content than me. I can't explain that better than anybody. Hopefully that answered that for you anyway, Dark Star. What's up? How's it going, Milo? Is it Milo? Milo? I'm assuming Milo. Thinking colour as filters are a pain in prices. That's fair, dude. Yeah, well, same recommendation. Again, a 585 colour is a beautiful camera. It really is a thing to behold. One of my favourite cameras, actually. Can't wait to go pick it up, but guaranteed there'll be clouds in the box with it. There will. Let's just face it, dude. There will be clouds. Yeah, of course there will be. It's tradition. It really, really is. Let me just show you, by the way, this other rig. So this is the SQA 106 with the QHY Minicam 8 on board. And this is the kind of field of view, by the way, that we're dealing with. So you can see much more of that background sweep of oxygen, hydrogen going across right there. In fact, it looks like it goes all the way out here. Unless I'm hallucinating that, I can sort of see contrast on my screen right the way out there. So that's going to be interesting. And the up close looks pretty darn good. Clearly there's been some sort of guiding error, very slight on that. You see a bit of eccentricity on those stars on that second sub that's gone on that first one. So something went a bit squiffy with guiding, but that's why we take loads of subs, innit? So we can throw those ones away. Yeah, it's not looking too bad at all. Red is actually showing up better than I thought it would. We'll keep an eye on this 2 minutes just while I get caught up with chat, and then once I'm roughly just about in real time again, we'll switch over to the Discord and see what people have been up to over on there. So if you've got any new gear or anything like that, let me just provide you with a link real quick if I can. You can go onto the Discord and join if you would like, and post your equipment, post your results and things, and it's always a pleasure to see what people have been getting up to on there. Let me just get onto my channel and cook you up an invite. Just a moment, sorry, sorting this out. Right. So, in the chat, here we go. I'll pin that to the top. So if you want to join the Discord, click that link, and you can join this handy bit of kit right here, the Luca Matico Astro Channel Discord. Snappy title. But yeah, Astro Images channel, this is popping. There's always stuff getting posted in here. You can see the, the newness of results. As soon as we start streaming, there's been some new stuff go up. Tons and tons of results on here. It's like the new Astro bin, basically. That's what I'm saying it is. Astro gear over here, I absolutely love seeing what people have been doing. I won't scroll ahead too far because I want to give you my live reactions to stuff. Mike, we're just talking about this rig actually. Not had the chance to test it yet, but QHY Minicam with the OAG, the matching OAG. Very swift. Yeah, that was lovely, mate. But yeah, post away, basically, chaps. It's an absolute pleasure to see what you've been doing. So let's let it finish this loop. What I'm intending to do is watch it do the RGB, and hopefully it should, without hitch, go back to the hydrogen without getting caught up. But yeah. Looperoonie. I am Looperoonian, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Nearly caught up. Of course we are. There we are. Right. Make a spreadsheet to save all suggestions. Yeah. Like I say, part of it depends on budget too. So now you've, narrowed it down a little bit. a long way actually, not a little bit. You want to go one shot color, 100%. I'm on board, mate. That's always my favorite way of imaging, to be honest with you. Not for everybody, but I love it. That simplifies things, basically. Next thing we need to know is your budget and your, desired field of view, because let's say if your budget is about 700, 800 pounds or whatever, and you want an APS-C sized field of view, it's still doable, but you may need to go with something like a modified DSLR to achieve it. Or alternatively, start looking at the used market too. That's a choice. There are some things I would say might not be great choices these days. Perhaps controversial to say, but I think the 294, perhaps. It was a nice camera when it came out. It still is a nice camera. But I feel like in terms of making a brand new purchase today, it's a little bit long in the tooth. Maybe not the best spend. 183, I think you can still buy them some places, and I think that's a bit old too now. Perhaps, absolutely, if you can get a bargain used on either of those cameras, by the way, as long as you understand the amp glow caveats, have a look. But yeah, the more we know about your problem, the better we'll be able to solve it, basically. I always find myself running the full gambit and picking out which filters I want to combine later, says Jason. That's fair, mate. Yeah, I'm assuming you were talking about when I was setting up my loop, what I wanted to do. Yeah, I suppose you probably will end up wasting a bit of imaging time there, won't you? But you'll never suffer from paralysis by analysis equally. So it's got upsides. QHY Minicam comes with all the filters, 7 nanometers, but they seem pretty decent. Yeah, currently getting HA data on the Crescent with the 72mm refractor, 0.65 reducer. Looks fantastic. Yeah, good stuff, mate. Also having a go on the Lobs Claw, says OTS. Nice. Forget about the small problems with kits when they're babies. Yeah, the problem is the next 20 years. Yes, I can see that coming close. Oh yeah. Oh mate, I was just saying to someone like earlier tonight, I've got so much respect for people who've already done it. Do you know what I mean? Gone through parenthood. And crikey, I mean, especially people who, I know there's a lot of single parents out there and things like that who have to do the whole thing on their own. That's, geez, just max respect to them. It's a lot of work. But it's also fantastic. So, no, please don't think I'm complaining. Isla White Taekwondo Live says, evening everyone, evening mate. Going for the Cave Nebula with the AGHD 8 2600 MC Pro and a lobster area on the 72 ED Pro and a 294 MC. Okay, nice mate. I think that's going to be a fun night of imaging ahead of you. 3-scope flip in 30 minutes, Richard. You've got to catch that on film, Richard. If you don't mind. Anyway, I'm sure you could post that in the Astro Imaging Discord and would love to see it, mate. 3 scopes all just come at once. Derry says, all good here. Good to hear that, mate. Anxiety heading in the right direction through therapy. Okay, that's really good to hear, mate. Really, really good to hear. Making plans to head back to work soon. All going well. Super, mate. Yeah, I'm just all too glad to hear that you're feeling better. I know what anxiety and all the related crap that goes with it is like, and it ain't nice. So yeah, good on you, dude. Good on you. Keep it up. Andrew says, just purchased the Wanda ETA. Okay. Is that the electronic tilt adjuster? Looking forward to installing it and seeing if it makes my life better. Has anyone had experience with one? I think my friend Queeve has reviewed one very recently, and yeah, I'm I don't want to like shorten his video down, but I think effectively, yeah, it works amazing, and it's expensive. It's probably for that reason not needed by everyone, but yeah, if you feel like you've got the usage case where it's gonna make the difference, absolutely, it's the right choice. Fan seems to run a lot. Oh, so when I was talking about the fan, God, I'm so far behind. I'm sorry, guys. I haven't figured out why. Celestial Dew Heater Controller does the same for you. Okay. So that just comes straight on and starts warming up your dew heaters as well. Interesting. And yours as well, Richard. Alright. So it looks like it has, by the way, gone back to H successfully without a hiccup. So I think we can have some trust. It's not going to screw us off for the rest of the night and just take an entire night full of blue frames or something like that. Just to piss me off, but yeah. Just while I'm catching up, we'll keep an eye. Full tilt from the moment the power is applied. Last driver update set the cooler condition to off. The fan still goes full beans though. Alright, well I did not know about that, Richard. I'll have to check that driver out. My minicam, same for you, Matthew, as well. Minicam dives from -20, so I have to catch up with Nina as soon as. Got you, dude. Yeah. New parent syndrome, lack of planning. Yes. That's it, mate. I sawtoothing as well in RA and the SIA. Interesting. Maybe the new firmware. That is a very, very wise suggestion, so it could indeed be, because I know that when I got this thing all rigged up to test, I did have to do a firmware update at the same time. I wonder if anybody else is reporting on that. That'd be a good one to see. Your focus hyperbolic curve is perfect. Neat. Have you done a tutorial on setting this up in Nina? It took me ages to get mine just right. I haven't. I'm not sure I have the requisite knowledge on the situation to make a worthwhile tutorial on it. Basically, what I do is, oh crikey, I will come back. Derry, oh thank you, buddy. Honestly, mate, I really appreciate you giving support like you do, but I want you to know, mate, we're okay. I know that you're going through some stuff at the minute, and I really appreciate your support, but please don't ever leave yourself even a fraction out of pocket for me, buddy. But I really, really appreciate what that means. Thank you. As I say as well, by the way, Derry, just keep up, dude. Keep up with what you're doing. It sounds like everything's moving in the right direction. So, yeah, I know what that takes. Really proud of you, mate. But where were I now? We were talking about focus curves, weren't we? I will just briefly show you. So, when I was setting this back up the other night, I did notice, of course, that when your focus moves are, let's say, a little bit too conservative in terms of how much you're going to have it move between each step. The level of confidence that it has when generating a curve is pretty low, you know what I mean? You're going to see these curves wonking all over the shop, and it's having to, I guess, extrapolate where the curve should actually be at its final point, as it always does. But when you have a slightly larger focus move, I found it gave much better curves overall. As long as when you've shifted it out of focus, you can still register stars, it's going to work better that way, I do believe. So that's my personal trick on it. I don't know if that helps anybody else, but just to give you an idea of what that means, what I'm actually talking about, go to autofocus right here. Let's say I've got autofocus step size currently set to 300. I tried it after setting things back up last night with a smaller step of like 200-ish. I think it was about 200 anyway. And it wasn't as pretty as that. So yeah, take from that what you will. I can't half ramble, can I? Sorry about that. Nina looks like Star Trek dashboard. Yeah, hey, that's another thing we need to talk about, dude. If you're thinking of cameras, how do you want to run it? Basically, if you're just starting out, my personal gut feeling is, my phone's listening to me. Weird. My personal feeling is you should go down the route of the ASI Air. That would be me. If I was starting out again, I would probably go ASI Air. If I wasn't doing astrophotography, at large, almost like for my job, I'd probably be focusing more on ASI Air as well, just on a personal note, because while Nina's fantastic, and it really is a great program, and it's totally free, I don't need all the extra stuff that it offers. ASI Air does everything that I've ever needed to do in an imaging session, basically. So yeah, have a think about that too. Ram, sorry for being late. Not at all, dude. You're on a short holiday. That's awesome. Where have you gone? Hope you're having a good one. And Beginner Man says, hi Luke. Hi there, mate. Good evening to you too. Just started setting on my scope, so you're just in time. Good stuff. Photon Voyager as well. Hello there, mate. What are you shooting tonight? It is SH2 140, and we've got it up on 2 rigs at once. So this is the Edge HD 11 533 mono, and the 0.7 times reducer for the Edge HD. And then over on the second rig, if I can just drag this riggeroni over, this one's running on the SQA 106 585 mono by QHY, so they're Minicam 8, and you know what I mean? I think, yeah, we're seeing some similarities already. It'd be interesting to see just how this polishes up, you know, because looking at the shape and size of these stars, they're really similar. Given that one's got 106 mm of aperture and the other's 279 or whatever it is, I find that interesting. I think that SQA is my favourite scope I've ever owned at this point. But yeah, that's what we're shooting, dude. That's what we're up to. Once I've called which will happen, I promise. We will get there. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at the Discord, basically, mate, and jump onto that and see what people have been doing. I think we'll take a look at the new gear that people have been buying, and then we'll take a look at some of the new images that people have been taking. And yeah, aggressiveness from 75 to 60 seems to help a bit for you. Okay, so yours are already set fairly high. Interesting. Mine's, so I've got deck aggression at 70, RA aggression at 35 now. I think mine defaulted to 50, I want to say. I think 50. But yeah, it's guiding about 1.3 at the minute. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if it was a firmware thing. But it's still good enough. The stars look perfect, so yeah, I'm not too concerned. Luke Barun, he's awesome tonight. Thank you, mate. Jay Polanco, how's it going, mate? Since I sent my rig to Starfront, I've got so much data. Editing has become overwhelming. What a nice problem to have, though. Hardy, hey Luke and chat, how's it going, mate? Thank you, by the way, for joining my Patreon, Hardy. I appreciate that, dude. Happy to finally catch one of these live. Hope everyone is well. Yeah, I'm doing well, dude. Thank you. Thank you again, Andrew, by the way. That was really, really kind of you. Deep Space Cowboy, just bought the SQA 55. Yes, congratulations, mate. That is one fine bit of kit, I have to say. Photon Voyager says the first sub of the Cygnus wall just came through. The moon is killing my 533 MC, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. Absolutely, it is. Yeah. I know you've just started the Cygnus wall. Not to throw a spanner in the works, but have you considered perhaps going after any clusters or anything tonight while the moon is so strong? Could be fun. They tend to be pretty circular in nature, so they'll fit a 533's square format, if you like. I know that sounds a bit silly, but they'll fit well if you can find one to frame. James, how's it going, James? A live stream from Luca Mazzico. Indeed, yes. Mike says sometimes collabs help get your channel out there. If you can find a fit, doing some sort of training presentation like in the Astro Imaging channel, at least initially, potentially. Yeah, potentially you could widen your net, if you like, that you're casting out into the YouTube verse with a bit of that kind of thing. Ooh, it's like a cosmic ray strike there, I think. Don't know if you can see, just a little bit, but yeah, that looks like a cosmic ray strike to me, if ever I've seen one. Interesting. Look at that. What an odd thing. Anyway, yeah, I'm easily distracted, aren't I? Thank you, I understood your message. Super, dude, yeah. Things have cleared up a bit. Wish you clear skies and good guiding. You too, dude. And just, you know, stick in there. I know YouTube can seem overwhelming. Well, at the best of times it can. But especially if you're struggling to make a start, mate. That's one thing. I feel like for me, part of the recipe was just accidental. In that when I started my YouTube channel, I wasn't starting it because I wanted to make a job of it or something like that, or do anything of that nature. I just wanted to put myself out there to try to get over some anxiety, basically, that I was experiencing pretty darn acutely. And it worked. Do you know what I mean? By facing my fears in that nature, in what felt like to me, I don't know, an appropriate way, perhaps, putting yourself out there just for public judgment. Yeah, it worked. I noticed anxiety start to lessen, and all the things that your brain is telling you, you know, like, oh god, everybody's just going to take the mickey out of me because I look ridiculous, I look stupid, and I don't know what I'm talking about, and my images are crap, and all this stuff that flies through your head. And then the reception is anything other than that, actually, in reality. So yeah, it can give you a lot of confidence that you otherwise perhaps wouldn't have had by not putting yourself out there. So that's the other really good side of YouTube, especially, and social media. I know it gets a lot of bad rap, but it can be a really, really positive thing sometimes. I'm enjoying your Discord. Good stuff, mate. And if you are starting out, of course, with your channel, I know that on the Discord we have like a self-promotion channel on there if you want. So if you'd like to pop your videos in there and stuff, dude, feel free. Yeah, feel free. As long as it's all, you know, not... I know it won't be, but as long as it's not like hateful content or something like that. Yeah, everything's welcome on there, dude. You have about 3k for a camera alone. Oh, right, dude. Okay, $3,000 are we talking? Or pounds or something, so... And not to be annoying with the specificity, but is it like Australian dollars or US dollars? Bit of a difference in spending power, I suppose, there. But, yeah. It doesn't sound like you're constrained by budget, is what I'm getting at. Pavel, hello there, mate. Nice to see you. Finally caught a live stream. Good to be here. Well, we will be live for quite a while tonight, I think, all being well. I don't need to rush off and check on Felix and Chloe. They're asleep in the observatory next to me, or Chloe will be shortly, so I can just keep an eye on them. Yeah, Chloe's just letting me know that there's some cloud on the way, but if the cloud comes, so what? We can always just hang around and spend time together on the Discord, can't we? But yeah, should be live for a good while tonight, and hopefully we can have a bit of a chilled Saturday night together, you know what I mean? But yeah, nice to see you, Pavel. Euros, got you, dude. Sorry, I how was that message right there and I completely missed the whole thing? So euros, okay, trying to make the best out of it, but yeah, if you read too much, the more you confused get. Absolutely, yeah. Paralysis by analysis. Alright, so if you've got 3,000 euros, what I would spend my money on in terms of the one-shot colour bracket would be a 2600 Air. I want to say I'm going to go with the Air because it's got the guide camera built in. You're going to be on-axis guiding through that thing. It's got an absolutely fantastic sensor, an IMX571 colour. I love that sensor. and it's got your imaging computer all built in, as well as a big field of view. If you'd like to spend less, perhaps within your budget, you could then do a mono and a one-shot color setup, which might be a thing. I don't know. Then look at the 585 Air as your one-shot color option. I would say, holy moly, what's just occurred? Wolfgang, thank you very much for your great contributions to the astrophotography community. Wolfgang, that's incredibly kind of you, my friend. Thank you. As a beginner, your honest advice is priceless to me. E.g., one of your videos just saved me from buying an expensive filter, which was hyped by other channels. Well, that's fantastic to hear that. I'm really, really, really pleased that my, my videos and stuff have been useful to you in that manner. Thank you so much for your support, though. That's what I want to focus on. That's incredibly kind of you, and it means a great deal. It really does. Thank you, Wolfgang. I appreciate that, mate. That's absolutely awesome of you. And thank you as well, again, Derry. Of course. We're getting there, aren't we? We're nearly caught up with chat now. That's exciting. I don't think I'll ever buy a new camera again, says Photon Voyager. Interesting. I got my 533 MC Pro new, but could have saved so much getting a used one. That's fair. Same with my FF65. But if I could do it again, I'd buy used. Yes. Fundamentally, I agree with you, mate. I do. It's just, I have been stung in the past by like used telescopes that have just been terrible. Like so far out, and in some cases, it's not that easy to put them back. Richie Cretins in particular, I'm looking at you, kind of thing. I did also buy a refractor at one point, a triplet, an Explore Scientific 127, and that was knocked out of collimation. I don't know how it happened, but it was definitely well out, and talk about a baptism of fire, mate, but I never thought I'd want to or have to collimate a triplet at any point in my life, but I did, and I don't want to have to do it again. So that's one thing, I guess, that you don't have to worry about too much, at least if you're buying your scope new. It's either right when you get it and it stays right, or it goes back to the shop, kind of thing. But yeah, fundamentally, I do agree with you. If you're buying from someone who's, like an honest seller, shall we say, then you shouldn't have any issues. What filter would you use on a one-shot color? Like my wonderful 294. Sorry, I'm so sorry, dude. It sounds like I'm throwing shade at the 294 badly. It can still take a wonderful image, of course it can. So it depends. When you're asking what filter, do you mean you want to do narrowband work, or are you trying to shoot broadband? Because if broadband, I'm going to advise no filter. Just stick with the UV IR cut filter if your camera's cover glass doesn't already have that included. But if you're trying to do narrowband and your optics aren't like incredibly fast or something, depending on your budget, then we've got quite a few options. My favourite one-shot colour dual narrowband filter that I've used so far has to be the Player One Anti-Halo Pro. Ugh, excuse me for yawning at you. Came over all tired then. But yeah, that's probably the favourite one that I've used at this point. That's not to say that the others are bad by any means, because they're not. And there's a load of filters that I haven't checked out as well. So just take this from my perspective. The things that I've tested hands-on, that's been the best one so far. Julian Choi, how's it going, mate? Nice to see you. I think it might be the first time I've seen you in a live stream, potentially. So if that's the case, welcome. It's good to have you here. Milkman, how's it going, mate? Nice to see you. Hope all is well with you and your family. Not doing too bad, mate. Yeah, overall, like I say, I think we're good and happy. My son's had a bit of a stomach bug this week, so that's been all hands on the poop deck, to say the least. But yeah, we're getting there now. It's definitely improving. But yeah, mate, thank you for asking. And genuinely, I hope the same for you and yours. I hope you're keeping well, dude. Got my scope out and have to wait for dark. Gonna try and get some more time on M27 with the full moon. Good stuff, mate. Good luck. So for one-shot colour, I use the SV220. It's okay if you don't mind halos, that's fair. Yeah, that's another thing as well. I'm giving you the recommendation on that filter based on the fact that I can't stand halos. They really bug me, but some people don't mind them that much. So yeah, again, take what I'm saying, I suppose, with a pinch of salt. What's everyone's favourite setup right now? Oh, excuse me. Crikey, that's an hard question, Julian. You've come out swinging there, mate. It's a bit of a toss-up. I think it probably... My actual favourite setup right now is this one, the SQA106, paired with the 585 mono, interestingly enough. But I really do enjoy my Edge HD11 as well, I have to say that. Seeing targets in the context that I viewed them almost when growing up. And what I mean by that is, let's say, space telescope pictures from Hubble and things like that. That's been quite an experience trying to recapture those kind of shots myself from home with my own rig. It sounds ridiculous to even suggest that it's possible, but I feel like it is kind of possible these days. It's never going to be as good as a Hubble shot, obviously, but they're good enough to make me happy, and that's one of the reasons I like this rig. So yeah, that's me. Cheap Astro, how's it going, dude? Nice to see ya. Hope you're keeping well. And a good old Budweiser advert, what's that, to you as well. Do you remember those adverts? That's I'm showing my age now. I'm going to have to turn this air conditioner off for a minute, Clay, if that's alright with you. Whew. Trying to keep it cool in here, because got like 2 computers running and multiple screens and stuff, and it warms up fast. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's pretty chilly at the minute. FF65 with or without the 075 and a 533. It's compact and the FOV is really good. Loads of targets for 300 to 400 mil. Okay, mate. Yeah, that's fair enough. No shortage of targets actually with that kind of rig, is there? You're going to be busy for donkey's years. ASI's cracking piece of kit, well deserved. Oh, thank you again, mate. Great to interact with like-minded people about Astro. It is, dude. Yeah, it is. So it's like we said. I mean, obviously, everybody likes to talk to people who are on the same kind of wavelength as them, and I think there's no better way to do it in terms of what we do, astrophotography, than either star parties, but obviously not everybody can attend. Or live streams like this, where we're having his own little start party kind of thing, aren't we? Just a bit more unplanned and thus chaotic. But for a hobby that's perhaps by its nature a bit isolated to perform, you know what I mean? Generally speaking, you're up on your own in the middle of the night. It can make it feel a bit more, I don't know, bit less isolated. I don't know why I'm trying to gild the lily, but that'll do. Yeah, just make it a bit less isolated. Scope collision? No, surely not, Richard. I know you were saying you were just about to have a triple flip. Oh no, dude, I hope not. It's another cloudy, clear night here in Ireland. Yes, mate. We have a fair share of them as well. Still in the country, but in a really nice posh area. That's cool, dude. It's your birthday. Happy birthday, mate. Happy birthday. So your wife decided to plan a weekend getaway to an area called Český Krumlov. I hope I got that right. in the Czech Republic. That's awesome. Yeah. You know what? From what I've seen of images, etc. The Czech Republic. It looks like a beautiful countryside over there, man. So yeah, hopefully you're enjoying some of that. Hadi says, SA was brilliant starting off a few months ago. Okay. Quickly realised its limitations. Interesting. Nice finally being at a point where I've managed to get Discord, Nina dialed in for a quick startup. That's good, yeah. Once Nina, he's got a good point as Hadi there. Once you do get to the point with Nina where it's pretty much just like click, 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 go do other things, then yeah, it's pretty pain-free. But I don't know. I've never had that full confidence at this point. I always feel like I sort of have to watch it. But yeah, whereas I'm quite happy to just leave the ASIA running. I've not really had many failed sessions with it. But yeah. Barely got out since June, especially the main rig. Done a bit on the Sea Star. That's good to hear, dude. That Sea Star's keeping you taking over. Yeah. Alan says to Derry, oh sorry, I won't jump in on your conversation. But yeah. Gets better support now. Oh, it's priceless. Absolutely. Alan, yeah, mate. Oh, crikey. MC Arono with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, dude. That's really, really kind of you, mate. The support tonight, you know, all of you guys has been phenomenal. And I just want you to know it is appreciated. It really, really is. So thank you. Thank you very much indeed. We're nearly caught up, aren't we? I think we are. I will I'll go over those again in a second. Guiding at 0.56. That's awesome, dude. So, Luke, what's the verdict on the minicam? It says Photon Voyager. I'm really considering it as my first dive into mono. Are the filters good quality? What's your biggest frustration or regret with it? Ooh. Interesting question. I think the filters are great quality. I've really had no problems with them at all. Frustration. Perhaps like we talked about actually a little bit earlier on, that let's say if you just want to plug your rig in and walk off for a bit and go do other things while it acclimates, your camera's probably going to power up and start cooling itself, which might not want to happen. But apparently that's been fixed in the latest drivers. Someone mentioned that just a little bit further up, but yeah, right now that's probably my only gripe with it, mate. Other than that, it's been pretty much faultless so far. I'm trying to rack my brains now and think for you, because it's not a cheap thing, is it? Obviously, and if you're really thinking about buying one, one of my friends, I think he's in live stream potentially still. Actually, Mike was saying he'd had some reflection issues. I think it was Mike. At some point with one particular rig. I haven't had any reflection issues, but I'm not saying that, you know, my experience is universal in nature. It's just that happens that I haven't had any problems. I'd happily tell you if I had. But yeah, I've been very happy with it, mate. I think it represents incredible value. Tadeusz? Is it? I always struggle with your name, dude, but I see that you come to my live streams a lot, and I want to say thank you for that. It's always nice to see you. So hello from Greece, hello from England, buddy. It's a pleasure to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've got some clear skies. Yeah, more than anything. Thank you again, by the way, Wolfgang. Thank you again, MC Arono. And yeah, that really is incredible support, chaps. It is. Thank you. I love the name, Shattered Kegs. Hey, Luke, any idea if there's a way to tell weight batch pre-processing to ignore an area while stacking? I have power lines in my garden which move across the frame. Would love to be able to keep all the data except the lines. If they move enough per frame, I almost feel like they'll be taken out by Kappa Sigma clipping. I think, or even a problem with them showing up after the fact. I do wonder. I hope you won't mind me eating on stream, chaps, but it is time for a marathon bar, as this is probably a bit of a marathon stream at the moment. Well, not yet, but it hopefully will be if the weather holds up. But I will read first. No problem, dude. Wow. That's like eating tar or something. It's just stuck my teeth together. Jeez. The aircon's cooled the bar down, so it's like it's came out of a fridge. Right. So yeah, as we were saying, mate, hopefully Sigma clipping should get rid of those, well, anything in your frames that isn't present in the same spot in every frame. Thank you very much for your inputs. That's good to hear that that's been useful for you, mate. Even I wouldn't go too cheap on a used Astro cam. I've seen many bargains on eBay that are no longer supported and have like 520p sensors. I'd sooner go for a DSLR, yeah. If you were like operating on a budget, I mean, I know now he's confirmed that is kind of not, but I think that's pretty good advice, to be honest. There are some fantastic used DSLRs that are, I mean, yeah, a few years old now, but you can still take tremendous shots with them. That said, there are probably limits. I wouldn't myself spend money on something like a really old Canon 450D or something anymore, but yeah, certainly if you can get something like 700, 750, 800, etc. modified, yeah, it's a good option. Check you later, Luke. Thanks for tonight. No problem, dude. Thank you. Always a pleasure. Sounds better with the AC off. I'm sorry to hear it was rumbling away for you there, guys. As much as I love new tech, says Andrew, I'm still very much in love with my William Optics GT81 Mark IV. ASI 1600mm Pro, ZWO RGB, and SHO filters. That's fair enough, mate. That is fair enough, yeah. That's, this is the key thing in it, you know what I mean? As long as you are happy with the gear that you have, the images that you're taking, you don't feel like any of the gear that you have in particular is holding you back from exploring the things you want to do in the hobby, then crikey, more power to you. Just keep shooting away. That's always the right choice. Once again, thank you all very much indeed for the support. Incredible. That was a stressful 10 minutes. The 200 PDS collided with the Minicam OHE. Oh no. Oof. Thankfully no damage done. Crikey. Thank crikey for that. Back imaging on the other side of the meridian. Well, lesson learned, I suppose there, Richard. Definitely try to split them up some more, eh? That's wild. It is isolated. Oh yeah, talking about when we were mentioning like the isolationary nature of the hobby. Some great groups out there. Star Pies are fun too. Yeah, off to Kelling Heath for a Star Pie in September for 5 nights. Superb, dude. Good on you. Think I'd like to go to Kelling Heath one year, but it's a bloody long journey from where I am. You know what I mean? So yeah, while it's a possible, I will honestly say it's not it's not on my immediate radar kind of right now. But yeah, certainly when Felix gets a little bit older, that could be something fun to do. Unless he hates astrophotography, in which case probably not. I hope he doesn't, though. I hope he likes all the stuff I enjoyed when I was growing up. Fishing and things like that. Tons of fun. Oh, crikey, Milkman. Mate, you're too kind. That's incredible. Thank you so much for those 20 memberships. I really, really appreciate the support, dude. I really do. You've been a massive supporter of my channel for a long time now. Yeah. I want you to know it's genuinely appreciated. Look at all these new members. Some members I recognise here as well. Joachim, my mate from Norway there. Man, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. And thank you again to 11 Milkman for that, mate. That's incredibly kind. Oh no! How dare you diss the 450? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nugsy. Where are we? Oh, I think we're about here, yeah. Evening, Luke, just a few minutes before sleep. Oh, crikey. Oh, well, I've definitely missed you then, Andy. But if you do catch up on this after the fact, thank you for coming and spending some time with us. I appreciate it, mate. Main rig is catching a mosaic on the Veil. Sea Star is on NGC 7000. Nice. Moon is a bit bright, though. Yeah, that's fair, mate. Neither is great until it's not. Absolutely agree. Yeah. Keith Thompson. Hi, Luke. Hi there, Keith. Hope you and the family are well. We are, mate. Thank you. Yeah. Currently imaging a wide field image of the Eastern Veil and Western Veil with the SQ855 and a 2600 MC. Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Keith, because I'm doing the exact same thing with my 2600 and the SQ855. I wish I could get this to show for you, because it's a cracking looking image even on these individual subs, you know what I mean? But I will try again. I realise I'm photo bombing you with a Bex VR glass, but come on, focus, you rascal. Holy moly, my screen's dirty, at least at that angle. But yeah, that's where I'm capturing, dude. Exact same thing as you. Hope your family's doing really well as well, by the way. It's kind of easy to ask. But yeah, we're doing the same thing, mate. Milky Way mishaps. Hello, everyone. Hello there, mate. Going to try a 925 with a Hyperstar tonight. Awesome. I think you're going to have a lot of fun with that thing. Hyperstars are just so much fun. Isolated at times, yes. That's one thing I found. Is that in general, the Astro community is one of the most chilled and helpful groups anywhere, especially those who join in on these mini star parties. Yeah, absolutely. I think it almost just goes hand in hand with the nature of the kind of people who's doing a, I don't know, like a thoughtful pastime, such as astrophotography. Probably going to be a instantly put you in a pretty specific category of person, so it's likely that you are going to get along with the other people who do this kind of thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, I suppose Windsorized algorithm would remove them for you. Yes, it would, as the power lines that were being talked about earlier. Marathon. Now you're showing your age, though. I know. Shocking. Chocolate digestives can't beat them. Gotta agree, mate. Yeah, it's hard to beat a good old chocolate digestives. I will say, gone a bit mad with biscuits recently, mate. Fig rolls, they're a strong favourite. One that came out of left field, wasn't expecting to like it as much as I did. Garibaldi. Don't know if you've tried Garibaldi biscuit, mate, but they are pretty premium. Damn nice. Do you prefer to use tea? Not sure what we're asking there, dude. You let me know if I've missed some important context there. A marathon for the win. Nice to have the original name back again. I don't know if it's... Oh yeah, Retro Edition by Snickers. We've all been done. Bloody hellfire. How dare you, this is 450. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Nugsy. I mean, look, it's still a great camera. It's just there are probably better options now. Chris Watson. How's it going, Chris? Isle of Man here. Awesome. Gliss guys, I'm currently shooting NGC 7635 and about to put the kettle on. Yeah, good man. Yeah, that's super. I have to wonder, Chris, what is it like living on the Isle of Man? Because it's a beautiful looking place, but like, I assume there's motorbikes just blasting by all the time, and the stuff that goes with that, accidents and whatnot. Is it carnage, or is it like a nice, quiet, lovely place to live? Just wondering. It's an intriguing place. Thank you again, by the way, Wolfgang and Milkman. You're absolute stars. Do you prefer to use Nina than the ASI Air, asks Keith? Well, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, Keith, for me. So, I feel like if I had to pare my rigs down, pare everything away, and like, I'm allowed to keep one rig, I feel like it would probably be powered by an ASI Air, personally speaking. Because I just like that system. Now, that's if I wasn't doing YouTube for my income and things like that. Obviously, it has to be something I can show on a screen like Nina through a PC if I'm doing this kind of thing. But if I was just like I was just a few years ago, just purely in it to take pretty images of the sky for myself, then yeah, I'd probably do it with an ASI Air rig. That said, I really do appreciate the freedom that Nina offers. You can connect to a toaster if you want. I'm sure there's probably a Nina plugin for that, where it'll pop your toast up at the right time in the morning after your session's done and your mount's parked. But yeah, it also comes with a host of headaches setting up your rig, I think, on a PC. Even to this day, if I'm setting up a new Astro PC, like commissioning it, if you like, it takes some time to iron out the kinks. At least that's my experience with it, you know what I mean? But yeah, I like both. I'd probably slightly prefer ASI Air just from the end user standpoint. You're very welcome, Luke. You do so much for that. Oh, thank you, Milkman. I can only do so much because of support from you guys, by the way. It's incredible. It really, really is incredible. I love that I get to spend my time doing something that I really enjoy doing, obviously, astrophotography. And the support from you means it's also my job. Do you know what I mean? Which I can spend more time doing it then. It's incredible. But no, thank you, genuinely. I do want to know, however, what the heck has just happened to this H-frame. That should be showing a lot more. There is software that will mirror the phone and tell it to be. That's true, mate. Yeah, I definitely forgot about saying that. Is it BlueStacks? I want to say where you can show the Android stuff or whatnot. But yeah, let me just check for a moment. I don't know if we've got clouds coming over, because while I'm not particularly bothered by the clouds, I don't want rain. Get on my rigs. The 676 should tell a tale. Let's see. In a moment. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right. Hang about then. Let me just pop this onto another screen for just 2 ticks while I'll sort this out. Oh, bloody heckers. Right. Sequencer, stop. How many frames are affected by this? If we just look at the... I'll stop the other sequencer now. Just while we're here, before I go off on another 10-minute tangent talking about nothing. Star's number is only really dropped off on these last few frames on it, so yeah, I think I delete those last 2 hydrogen frames, and maybe that blue. Yeah, that's definitely higher mean values. In fact, all 4. Maybe green by its nature is a bit brighter. What's the last blue? 1629, 1798. Yeah, it's affected. 1672, 1688. The green's okay. So we'll get rid of the blue and the hydrogens, so I won't miss them later on. I will go through this data again, but I'm doing this on purpose, by the way, just to show you what I personally like to do with my data. I just won't stack any bad data and leave it up to chance. I like to go through everything and be careful. So blue, hydrogen, and hydrogen. Get rid of those. So that's that rig taken care of. We'll move that back over there while we sort this one out. The mean values on the last 3 hydrogen frames before these clouds by the looks was all 246. Really consistent. 824, 834, they're comparable, the red frames. Greens, 1515 to 1506, they're comparable. The blue is comparable. The H has started getting a bit brighter. I'm going to get rid of all 3 of those H frames as well on this rig. Does anybody else like to do this kind of thing, by the way, or do you just go through solely after the fact, blinking your subs and, you know, seeing what's what? For me, I do like to do this. There we go. Those last 3. Super. Right, we'll give it a chance to clear up for a while. There's no guarantees, is there? But it doesn't look like it's going to be rainy stuff anyway right now. It's, well, it's just high, thin cloud, isn't it? Let me get the chat panel back, because pulled the classic Luke maneuver, and we've lost the old chatteroony. Right, we were catching up. We were talking about biscuits and all sorts of stuff, weren't we? Still image with my William Optics 81 and ASI 071. Yeah, lovely. Whenever it's clear, it's all set up, so it's an automated. Fantastic. Good to hear that, Mike. Patient folk do astrophotography. Yes. Yeah. It's like a natural filter for it, isn't it? We use filters to cut out everything else, and I think astrophotography does that a little bit as well. There's no way you're going to last in astrophotography if you're not patient. So yeah, if you've been into it at least a few months, you're probably a pretty patient person. Shattered Kegs, appreciate the WPPP reply. Unfortunately, the power lines linger in a spot during the meridian. Give a little more direct way into an area. Englishman on the east coast of the US. Can't be a Whisper bar. Ooh. Whisper is a nice bar, I have to admit. Whisper Gold. But yeah, let me just try to think about that now. I do believe in your output options, you could perhaps have it only stack or give you a crop of all the frames. But you could do that after the fact anyway, I suppose, if it's not causing major issues in the data otherwise. It might be best to just aggressively crop and get rid of the problem. But I realise I'm probably saying something that you've absolutely thought of yourself at this point. But yeah, it's a tough one. Other than that, all I can think of is if it lingers in the meridian, maybe get rid of those frames too. But at the end of the day, now we're going to end up deleting all the bloody frames. What's this? Squashed fly biscuits. Ugh. Custard creams. Hey, you know what? I can respect that. A good old custard cream or a bourbon. Got no problem with that. Just stepped out. You've got clouds. Oh, damn. Hope they clear out in the next hour, yeah. Fingers crossed for you, mate. Hopefully so. Oh, that's what it is. My wife calls Garibaldi's squash fly biscuits. Right. Crikey, yeah. I think you've just ruined Garibaldi's for me. I'm not going to be able to unsee that now, because I think you're right. Hang on. We need market research here. Garibaldi. Oh no, you're absolutely spot on. For God's sake. Oh, mate, you've just ruined them for me. They're definitely little flies now, aren't they? Oh well, they taste good, at least. Back to custard creams. Or a bourbon, yeah. I'll tell you what, the thing I don't like about a bourbon though, mate, is how fast do they just like go, oh, give up in your tea? You get like a half a second dip and they're done. How long are your subs for tonight for this? Asks David. A somewhat un-biscuit related question. I will say we are. This is a biscuit live stream, but nonetheless, they were 3 minutes long. David, sorry, I'll stop messing about. But Andy EQ35M is tracking well. 0.6, very nice. Choco digestives, even chocolate hobnobs don't seem as nice as they used to be. Is it just me? Fox's biscuits for the win. Most of them, yes, but I find like Fox's biscuits are a bit expensive for my my sensibilities, mate. To be honest, when I'm up there like selecting some biscuits, if I'm on a biscuit sesh, then it's pretty much supermarket own brand. I think is the go-to. Nothing wrong with own brand Garibaldi and all that lot. Software that will mirror the phone. Yes, absolutely, Andy. Like we were mentioning, I think BlueStacks, is that it? Link to PC. Interestingly, Derry, I think you're absolutely right. It did prompt me to set that thing up, Link to PC. I need to stop my ASIR as well. That was just plugging away in the background there. Trying to image through bloody clouds. Right. That's something I could potentially look at setting up, innit? I wonder if we could integrate that into the live streams somehow, because you will possibly note, when you briefly saw my desktop, we're running Windows 11 now, finally. I went ahead and got it, set up, so took some time, but here we are. Oh, hang on. Lost chat panel again. Professional live streaming this, by the way. Very, very professional. A PowerSoft will mirror iOS and Android as well. I'd like to try that, I think, actually, like Derry suggested. Something inbuilt. Pretty open to that. Nick P. How's it going, Nick? Finally get everything to cooperate. Weather, RCA rig, back together with a new player one off-axis guider. Damn, and man, do I get better guide than I did with the guide scope. Good stuff, Nick. Glad to hear that, buddy. Keith says, to be honest, the ASR has transformed my imaging to no end. That's really good to hear. Keith, yeah. Absolutely, I know that there are people out there, and some in the chat, obviously talking about they felt at some point like they needed to progress to Nina. I never really felt it for myself. I never felt like there was something I wanted to do in the ASAR that I couldn't do. No, that's a lie. The only thing I suppose I'd like to do better in the ASAR would be planetary imaging. It can do it, and it can even live stack it too, but it's not as good as SharpGap, is it? Let's be honest. for planetary stuff, I think SharpGap's the king for that now. I really like this program, actually. If I could figure it out better, I'd probably have a go with this for some deep sky stuff, but I'm just that in with Nina now, you know what I mean? We're going to check out the Discord in a minute, by the way. I think I've done my catch-up maneuvers just about, and you know, we're mostly there. Got some time on M57. Lovely stuff, Nick. Yeah, M57 is one of my all-time favourite targets. Absolutely love it. Right, I will try to make it so we can see both of these. Just a sec. We'll have this over here. Rink. And about lined up. And over here, we will check out the Discord. So I'm first going to have a look at your guys' new gear. See what you've been doing, see what you've been buying. It's always a fun time looking at that, you know what I mean? But yeah, so you guys blink, or Andrew does rather, after the fact the next day. Got ya. Yeah. I suppose it's a bit of a unique situation in some regards in it, where I'm actually watching an imaging session like a hawk. Usually I wouldn't do that. So I'd probably look at the Nina graph. So before I get started with this, by the way, I'll just tell you what I'm banging on about here. Nina, when you're imaging, obviously you've got this HFR history graph right here. And sometimes I will reference this and have a look at like what went wrong and when. If I need to look back on an imaging session and perhaps filter through frames. So like I'd be looking, why is this? Why is the stars levels dropped right off, etc. Get rid of those. You know what I mean? That's a good indicator, especially over a night. You can see like quality improves as target rises, quality gets worse as it drops, and it really drops if there's clouds and such passes through. That can be useful. That's one way to do it, because obviously all your frames are numbered naturally. The other thing I like to do is you can see I do believe ASI Fits viewer installed on this thing, so you can just, like, using your arrow keys on your keyboard, almost do a blink yourself and just look at the subs and see what's what. So that's another thing. They're looking better than I thought, to be honest with you. They're coming on decent. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, that's what I do. I will say I don't actually use BixInsight blink feature anymore. Would you believe it? I was too cold a moment ago. We're now up at 26 degrees, so I'm gonna have to turn the the aircon back on. So I'm very sorry about the bit of aircon drone you're likely to hear, but needs must, just for a moment. Alright, let's get this chat panel back. Discord open, aircon on, and prepare for takeoff. Right then. Question to all, but how do you carry equipment? Ooh, interesting question, Luke. Great name, by the way. C6 and a 0.63 reducer with the dew shield. EAF, okay. 585, TC40, GUA14. Alright, EB3A as well on top of all that. How far are you carrying it? Would be the initial question, basically. If it's not far, if it's just from like a, you know, house to garden, etc., I'd probably carry it in two. So your TC40 with your mount on top, and in the sling of the TC40 I'd probably leave the BlurXTerminator just hanging in that, and then carry the imaging rig out all in one and just plonk it on the top, connect the cables, away you go. Or if you're, you know, young and physically fit and strong, maybe just carry the whole thing if you're not really worried about any trips, etc. I used to do that, definitely a lot, but it always used to make people cringe. I'll be honest, I can understand it looked worse than it felt. But yeah, if you're carrying it much of a distance, you know, like you're talking about transport in a car or overseas or something, oof, that is going to be a tough one. I think you're in the right ballpark here if you're looking at padded cases. That's a good start. Yeah, I realise you're not here probably, Luke, but if you do see that, hopefully that was useful, but it's still something interesting to talk about. Oops, we're dropping behind. The biscuit chat is dropping behind. I say the biscuit chat. I shouldn't say that, because there's actually a really huge YouTuber called Astro Biscuit, isn't there? You're probably all aware of him, but I just mean because we've been talking about biscuits. Got my first light on your Super Nuke 200PDS. Super, Nick. I'm really glad to hear that, mate. Flocked and your internals blacked out. New focuser, Minimask, CNC, Spider. Woo! Nice. Nina on an EQ6R experiment tonight. I'm watching you on TV. Mom, I'm on the TV! That's awesome. Glad to hear it, mate. Hopefully, you have a good session. Recently did my 200p up in a similar fashion and it did pay off. Good to hear that. Interested to hear, by the way, Nick, where did you get your upgrades from? Because I know obviously like there's the Backyard Universe stuff, which is great, reasonably expensive. But I know there's some alternatives on like AliExpress, etc. That look alright to me. So yeah. Be interesting to hear where you got them from, mate. You usually go to bed, so you sort your data in the morning. Yeah, absolutely, Andy. That's totally fair. Just been laying weighted batch pre-processing. Reject stuff, unless guiding was lost too. Blink is just too painful. It is. If I know guiding went out, then I'll run through ASI Fits viewer. Got ya. Yeah, I like to, as I just showed you, I do that. Full moon isn't helping, but it's working. Good stuff. Always blink after the fight the next day. So there's varied, you know, ways of doing this, isn't there? Apparently from people. Interesting to see. Carbon RCA shows tempting. Oh dear. Dare I say this is turning mate. It is an Astro Biscuit chat. Christ, I promise I didn't just read that and then steal your joke. You got to it before me. I'm using the Oscar Color Magic C1, C2 filters the last few clear nights. Okay, Keith. To be honest, I'm quite impressed with the results. Bobbins are the biscuits every time. That's fair enough. Gotta give some credit to Chocolate Digestives with the caramel center. Ooh, they're a bit high-end for me, mate, I think. That's the S big camera of of biscuits. I think I'm operating on the pieced together DIY Peltier options. God, I'm talking some nonsense, aren't I? All this biscuit chat isn't fair on the Americans, bless them. They are our brothers and sisters, and they're welcome to come try our biscuits. That's all I'm going to say. It's all I'm going to say. They're here. They know where to get them. I haven't been able to eat them ever since you pointed that out. Mate, they do look like they're just stuffed with bloody flies. Oh no. Couldn't pass it up as a second rig. Oh, it was a used option with everything. The price was really right. Okay, so you did get it then, eh? Nice. Willie says, hi, do you still have the PHQ 130? Or anything equivalent? Unfortunately, nothing equivalent. I would have loved to have kept that ASCAR PHQ 130 that came through for review, because it was a lovely telescope, but I just can't afford to buy it off ASCAR, so onwards it went, and that was that. But yeah, if you have questions about it, mate, it's still fairly fresh in my mind. I had a good time with that telescope. The only thing I didn't like I think it's fair to say, was the reducer. I didn't feel like the reducer's performance was at all in line with the rest of the telescope. It let the side down a bit, do you know what I mean? Now I realise PhD is occasionally bonging away here, so let me just sort that out, because goodness knows what it's doing, because nobody's imaging when it looks like that. I don't want to be giving you guys PhD PTSD. Do I? So, right. Nick this chat back. Woodish. Right. Oops. Nearly there, nearly there. If I notice the stars drop, I'll go in and delete. If not, I'll run them. Run through them before you stack. Got you, Derry. Yeah. I mean, as long as you're going through them, I think that's the key thing. Like Mike just mentioned something interesting though. He said, if I'm not mistaken, that he tends to just throw it into weighted batch pre-processing, largely. Yeah, just been letting weighted batch reject stuff. So if that can work too, I guess its rejection is good enough that it can make it work. Maybe it's just a holdover from what I used to have bad results sometimes. So now I'm trying my best to only stack really good data. I think we've cooled it down just a fragment. Yeah. Hopefully aircon noise isn't too bad for you guys. I think they really need to design a padded backpack rig like they do for regular cameras. Yeah, that'd be cool. Be a bloody heavy backpack though, wouldn't it, Nick? Bad backs ahoy. Dodie. And hello again, by the way. Tadish from Greece. AliExpress is very good, it's popular. Yeah, I'll be honest, mate, I've just ordered something from AliExpress as well. You know, a peer extension for that AM3 that's on loan from, by the way, 365 Astronomy. Little shout out to those guys. Sound is a pound, to be honest with you. Really lovely to deal with, and it's thanks to them that I've got this thing here to test. So yeah, huge thanks to them. Dodie says hello from Texas. Hello there, Dodie. Nice to see you. As for the blinking, I just do that before weighted batch pre-processing. Got ya. The fun part of setup: 4 trips for you. Damn. Tripod, mount, scope, and your bin of other gear up from the cellar, through the kitchen, down the stairs, to the front yard. Oh, crikey, mate. You must have quads of iron up and down stairs like that with all your gear. Just purchased 2 Binov masks. Nice. From me? That'd be awesome. Bought my CNC Spider-Max from CYCK on eBay. Okay, 43 quid for the 200p. That's, I think that is the brand that we're talking about as well on AliExpress as well. Biscuit and crisps is truly awful in the States. I would happily collimate a triplet over and over for a Tesco triple sandwich. Oh no, and a bag of McCoys. Ooh, McCoys are alright, aren't they? I have to say, mate. I don't know if you guys remember Brannigan's crisps. They were the best crisps I've ever had. Brannigan's roast beef and mustard. They were spot on, but they've sold them. I think they've gone out of business and now you can't get them. Pain. I bought the FF130 up on your PHQ 130 review. Nice, and I really like it. Good to hear that, mate. Reducer works okay for you. Well, that's really good to hear. I hope they did something with the reducer, because yeah, you watched my review, obviously, and I weren't mad on it, but yeah, maybe they did. I know that when I did that review and I posted the results, initially Askar were like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" And yeah, anyway, we worked through that, and I gave them all the relevant data so that they could pass it on to their engineers. They actually asked as well for that kind of thing. They wanted lights individually, and then they wanted stacked masters and stuff like that, so that they could have a look for themselves at what was going on, I guess. but yeah, hopefully they you know, altered it, because I know I got one very, very early on. Nick Kent says, AliExpress, spider, mirror mask, and rear blanket plate, good stuff. Ordered it, the backward universe, spider and dimensions were the same. So I sent it back, great quality, and 75% cheaper. Can't knock you, dude. Yeah. Can't knock you. Enough likes on the stream. You're too kind, Nugsy. Thank you for that little plug there, dude. Got the FRA for it. By the way, I will say, plug for a plug. Why not? Nugsy does have a channel. Go ahead and check him out. The Astro Caravan is one of the finest bits of kit I've seen, I think. I absolutely love it, mate. But yeah, check out Nugsy's channel by all means. Lovely chap. Got your FRA 300 set up for some imaging over the next couple of nights. Going to aim for some exposure time on the Crescent Nebula again. Ooh, this time going for a wide field instead of close up. Alright. I have to say it's a very pretty looking rig. With dumbbells as well, so you can get a workout in, get a pump, get the pump before you get the subs as well. Apologies for the terrible Arnold impression. But yeah, it's as good as anything, isn't it? In place of the dumbbells, I do use, like I mentioned before now, I use this strap, like, sling, and my battery bank inside of it. That works alright. Yeah, lovely rig, dude. Hopefully you're very much enjoying that. I have to say as well, I do like this vibe. These beautiful looking little tow-along caravans. Look at them things. And the American trucks as well. Oh, give me an American truck. I'd love an American truck. Oh, you guys have got it so good. Heading to Hawaii in a couple of weeks. Says DC. Oh, nice. My goal is to get a great shot of Roa Fucus from on top of Mauna Kea on Mauna Loa. Flying from Virginia, so really need to plan on what gear I'm taking. This is what I have on the list. Okay. Mono. And I would have thought one-shot colour, personally, from like those kind of quality skies that are just, you know, to make sure you get it done in one. But yeah, I can respect it. Astronomic filters, blue fireball metal spacers. AM5N or an AMV if my brother-in-law can't get it to me before I leave. That's fair. And you're going to run them side by side as well. Nice. I think I can fit all this in my Pelican cases. Planning on sourcing. So this is going back, by the way, to what someone mentioned about transporting the gear. I think that's pretty much the ultimate. If you can get foam-lined Pelican cases, they're going to survive better than just about everything. And especially if you could put it in your carry-on luggage as well, that'd be perfect. But if it does have to go in the hold, goodness only knows what could happen to it, you know what I mean? So it needs to be protected, doesn't it? Planning on sourcing power locally. Got ya. Weight permitting, might take my burler back. Anything I could be missing? Not really. You're using the air cameras, so I think you're pretty golden there, dude. Maybe you shouldn't need it, but it wouldn't take up too much room. If you do see this DC, possibly a Binov mask. Dew heater, yeah, he says that as well, but I will reply just in case he doesn't see this. There we go. Let's try to at least be helpful. I have a couple, but it's pretty dry at the top of the volcano, yeah, I can imagine. Currently run the same gear, C6. So this is someone helping Luke with how he's transporting his stuff. That looks pretty good, you know? Big foam blocks and stuff. It looks like he's kind of taped them in place. So it's a semi-rigid system. Good stuff. Serious foam, yeah. DC's rig, look at that. That's side by side. That's a nice little rig. Josh, bonjour, brother man. Hope you're well. I'm doing well, bro. Yeah, thank you. Hope you're keeping well, too. Be nice to see you tomorrow if you can. But yeah. I will absolutely catch back up properly on chat as well. But yeah, that is a lovely, lovely rig. When he said side-by-side mounting plate, I imagined, I don't know why, but I imagine one of them really wide things, so I'm a little bit concerned, but this is really, I don't want to say crammed in, but yeah, it's tight, so all the mass and stuff that's going to be moving around during the slew is close in it, so that's good. Hopefully, it'll be counterweighting that down and it should have no problems with tip over, etc. Yeah, beautiful rig. For sure, yeah, brother. Be nice to see you. Always a pleasure. New setup, says Sean as well. Ascar 120p, Apo, point A reducer, M54 OAG. Love that telescope, by the way. Really cracking bit of kit. Just insane value for money offering. 2600 MC Pro, 585 MC Pro, 120mm mini mono, and an ASI at plus 256. Okay, this is set up to teach my 8-year-old granddaughter Poppy after a CSAR S50 lessons. I'm sure this is for Poppy. You're fooling no one. No, but all jokes aside, lovely rig, mate. And yeah, if it really is for Poppy, I hope Poppy has a grand old time with that. That's superb. One thing I would caution, don't know if you're going to see this, and I don't want to be that guy who always points it out in in a comment, but just please be aware of putting some weight at least in the tripod. Better yet, using a counterweight, as while it can handle that amount of weight easy without a counterweight, you're not well protected against tip over, unfortunately. Especially with the kind of limited footprint of the TC40. Excellent starting them out young and on the deep end. Oh, fair. Looking to get a new medium-sized refractor, as my last one suffered an unfortunate accident. Hopefully not a tip over like we were just talking about. Any recommendations, crikey? That's a tough question. Excuse me, aircon's drying me out. I have to turn it off. I will have to go and get some liquid within me in just a moment, because currently drier than the bloody Sahara Desert. Do we still have full cloud? We do. Loads of cloud. It looks rather pretty though, I will say that. But I'm hoping the night's not over at that. That'd suck, wouldn't it? But anyway, we're on with other stuff. Regardless. SV Bonnie 503 102 ED. Huh. Nice cases, yeah. Anyway, so we've seen the new gear that people have posted. Congratulations to all the new acquisitions. Now, Astro images. We knew that some people had shared their images. Especially, I think Andy mentioned already his Crescent that he'd wanted to show us, and I have to say, Edge 11 HD, 2600 MC Pro, L Ultimate. Andy, that is beautiful, mate. That is a stunning image. Well done. Yeah, bloody hell. That's right up there, mate. That is right up there. What a stunning shot. Yeah, I'm trying to think of feedback I could give you if you were still here, Andy, if you wanted it. But yeah, ultimately, I think the green oxygen shell is perhaps won't fit everybody, but I think it looks nice on this, and I'm sure you know how to change it if you wished. The only other thing I can note is that some of the stars have maintained the colour, but some seem to have kind of just, I don't know, gone a bit awry. If you haven't already used generalized hyperbolic stretch, before taking your stars out. That might have been an idea, perhaps. But either way, I'm giving ultimately unneeded feedback. It's a chuffing, tremendous image. So Andy, if you're still here, mate, really good job, mate. That is beautiful. Still here, got you, Andy. Yeah, cracking. Well done, dude. Yeah, I don't know if I'd have been able to catch it. That nice dude from here. That's really, really good. Super. Thank you for sharing that, Andy. I appreciate that, mate. Have you submitted it for a pod or anything like that? Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying. Might be worth doing. I'll check tonight's stuff, and then we can like go back a bit, further if we need to. Nugsy is new versus old Bubble Nebula, and as if by magic, he's been using that 450D that I accidentally dissed. Self-HA modded it, still using 200p, but I've pimped the hell out of it. That just reminds me of Pimp My Ride with Exhibit. Not for a pod. I'd get it slung in there, mate. Why not? Do you know what I mean? It's a striking shot, mate. Striking shot. Hang on, my chair's playing up. Let's see. Linking the images rather than shrinking them down for Discord. See if you can guess which is the old and which is the new. I can't quite figure it out. Nah, that's without going through and getting the links. Obviously, it's crushed a bit by the thingy. So let me just IIB. What's this? I'm really scared of clicking links. But as it's Nugsy. Okay, I can see it's a bit less attacked by compression artifacts now. Yeah. It's very nice, Nugsy. I have to say, if anybody's just proved me wrong, you have there, mate. There's nothing wrong with a 450D if you're still getting shots like this. So, yeah, well done, mate. Well done, you. Nice shot. Like to see it. Really clear in Bedfordshire. Is it, dude? It's really not here. Looks like, when tide's going out at a beach and you get that wave ripple left behind. That's what I can see. I'm not looking at clouds. I'm currently looking down at a beach. Anyway. Ram Abraham. Let's see it, good sir. M31, 4.33 hours, still a work in progress. Okay, Ball 7 Skies. Plans to get 12 hours in broadband and a bunch in narrowband as well. Alright. 91 3-minute drizzled subs. 533, AM3, EDPH3 with a 0.75 reducer. Okay. And a guide scope on this thing as well. Drizzled 2 times. I think that drizzling's really worked for you, Ram. You've had enough robustness in the amount of data that you've got there. I think that that drizzling's worked really well. You've still got tons of signal to noise ratio, even in the faint outer reaches. But you've undoubtedly got more resolution than you would have achieved otherwise, I think. So, yeah, good choice and well executed, mate. Well done. Very pretty image. Lovely star color as well on that. I think he's done a good job of processing on that. You're in Bedfordshire too. What's chances? TKD text 2 nights with the Edge HD 0.7 reducer 26 MC Pro L Extreme on an EQ6 Pro. Good man. Another cracking Crescent Nebula image right there, I have to say. So this one's suffering from a little bit of a remnant cast in the background, which is knocking off some of that stark contrast that we saw in Andrew's image, but it's still a stunning shot. Do you know what I mean? You can see that this long focal length approach is really working for people. But from first-hand experience, it's really worked for me too. I very much enjoy it. But that is pretty well done. Pete has posted as well. The rampaging oh, you know what? I can really see a baboon's face. At least it's the baboon's face I'm hoping I can see, and not, yeah, baboon's ring piece. But no, it looks like a baboon's face, doesn't it? There's its nose, there's its mouth and eye sockets. The temptation to do a chimp impression then was strong, but I held it back. I like this, by the way. Really like this background galaxy. My eye is drawn to that. I just want to dive in and look closely, you know what I mean? I love the fact that this is accompanied by a small cluster too. What a stunning image and composition and processing. Man, all around. Pete, I don't know if you're still here, mate, but you're a magician. Yeah, you have not lost your touch. That's for sure. That is a very, very pretty image. And another one from Pete as well, actually, Roafucus. Let's just, my version of Roafuci with data provided by Chuck and his RASA 8. Okay, 533 MC Pro 4 panel mosaic. Well, that's a really lovely mosaic. You can't really see any stitch points. I would not have thought to even look at all for stitch points, by the way, if you hadn't have mentioned it's a mosaic. So yeah, stunning. Really, really stunning image. Well done, once again. This is, excuse me for yawning at you guys. I'm not yawning at you, I'm just yawning because I'm tired. But yeah, this is part of the reason why I was suggesting one-shot colour would have been my approach if I was off to Hawaii to take astro photos. Because under dark skies, it can just knock your bloody socks off, basically. Keith, it is indeed, mate. Yeah, wonderful shots. Really, really wonderful shots. And good to see you still here, Pete. Yeah. I will get a little bit further down if you've still been posting, buddy. I've just not been that on top of the Discord or anything just recently. I'll be honest with you. What setup? With what setup did you start the hobby? Good question. So I started off initially before astrophotography with just visual astronomy, and that was my first proper telescope was a Skywatcher 250p Dobsonian. Oh, the Skyliner range of telescopes, and it was a bad choice. Ultimately, mate, I got a Newtonian there, and I couldn't have told you differences between a Newtonian or a refractor, so ultimately that meant nothing to me. I definitely didn't know how to collimate it, so it will have been almost certainly well out of whack. But it still did enough to light the fires underneath my butt and make me think, quite enjoyed that. I'd like to do some more of that. So my first astrophotography rig was one that wasn't really appropriate for astrophotography, I guess. A little 120mm Skywatcher Evo Star, I think it's called an Evo Star. An achromatic refractor, about f7 or something like that, focal ratio, and it was an unmodified Canon 100D, all mounted on an EQ5 Pro. That was my first introduction to astro gear fettling as well, because it didn't work right when I bought it. It would guide for like 35 seconds or something, then do a really annoying jump, and it just did that continually until I took it apart and reassembled it after cleaning and re-greasing everything. Basically, it made a difference. I don't know if there was some stiction or whatnot going on, old lube or whatever it was, but yeah, I did get on top of it and fix it. But that was my starter rig, basically, mate. And yeah, that was it. I then moved on after not too long, I think a few months really. I had my best part of a winter with that rig, shooting stuff like Orion and whatnot. The things that I'd looked at through my Dobsonian and gone, wow, I want to see this better. Until I decided to learn more before making my next purchasing decision, rather than just making, you know, another mistake. Because while I wasn't initially aware of the problems in buying something like an Acromat, and I didn't even notice the problems initially because I didn't know what I was looking for. Eventually, I did. And then I obviously wanted to seek out solutions and what was an appropriate telescope. So my next telescope was a major step up in usability and image quality. And it was a Skywatcher Evo Star 80ED. And that really changed things for me. Really, really changed things for me. I enjoyed that scope a lot. Image BB, like Imgur, pre-image hosting, but they don't compress it, Bradley. Got you. I won't pay for Astrophotography. Me either, basically. I'm not the biggest fan of Astrobin. Surprised you didn't start with a DSLR and lens. I thought most of us would start with that. My first Astro images were taken with the DSLR and lens, but I wouldn't say it was my start as such. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I think you've caught me there. I reckon my first actual times that photons landed on a sensor were through a lens. So yeah, and it was an Orion shot taken on a fixed tripod after watching, crikey, what was the name of the chap now? He had a YouTube channel, like an Asian American, and he demonstrated like how to take a fixed tripod and a DSLR and take astro images and stuff, and I was just like, I can do this. And that was Forrest Tanaka, I think might have been his name actually. Yeah, that was my my real starting point then, if you like. But I look at myself as really getting started, I guess, when I got my first telescope, because it was a purposeful decision, like that purchase made with intent, if you like, rather than just using gear I already had lying around. But yeah, depends how you look at it. It wasn't Ed Ting, no. I think it was Forrest Tanaka. Could have sworn it was Forrest Tanaka. You know, you've got me wondering now. I'm gonna have to just Forrest Tanaka. Yeah, this chap. This for him. Oh, and I'm not subscribed. Well, I am now. Even though it's not loaded in 11 years. It's the right thing to do. But yeah, this guy's videos. Would you believe it? It was... Where is it? It was taking a picture of Andromeda, I think, if memory serves. And it was on like a... I feel like he was overlooking the sea on like a wind-swept hill. Or something. Might have been this. I can't watch it on stream as I might get copyrighted, as crazy as that sounds, but might have been that. That's what's in my mind. Seems to have a fairly good memory though, that I can recall all that stuff. Heading to bed, folks. Was another great live. Take care all. Hope the sky's clear for you. Thank you very much, Derry. Thank you for your support. And once again, mate, really, really, really proud of you. Well done for making some progress on how you're feeling, mate. That's really, it's made my evening to hear that you're getting on, dude. It has. Nico Carver got me started. He owes me a few £1,000. Oh dear. Oh yeah. Mate, honestly, I'm in like the same boat, I suppose. Once I got really started and I was just, you know, in that initial phase where you don't know anything, you're just overwhelmed completely because it's all new, you don't know what you're doing. I didn't have the YouTube channels that we're talking about at that time, so it was forums, and forums were a hotbed of some quality information, some bloody misinformation. Eventually along the line, we started seeing Trevor Jones, you know, Astro Backyard and Nebula Photos, all that lot. And I was still a complete noob, really, when I started watching those guys, so I learned bits and bats from them. And yeah, that was kind of how it went, to the point where I just, I don't know. I don't want to say learned enough to start taking nice images, but yeah, kind of. That is sort of what happened. If you remember that video, do you? Oh my God, Pete, you've seen it as well. Took a truckload of short subs to avoid star trails. Yeah, that's right. I could have sworn that's what he did, like 2-second subs or something like that. I'm sure that somewhere tucked away I've got some old images of my like initial rig just sat in my kitchen or something like that. I'd love to try and find them. Let me just quickly skim through something and see if I can get them for you. It's still cloudy, by the way. Crikey, no good. Where could these old shots be? Don't feel like it's something I'd have deleted. I've got some. All right. I think the best I can do is a couple of shots from. I don't know if you're familiar with the site, but Astrophotography. And so like I took some images to sell some gear, basically, and I sold my old kit as a whole rig. So I'll just show you that. This was the first proper rig, if you like. That was it, along with a load of Asda bags and stuff. But I'd jerry rigged on a dew heater that I'd put together, you know, just from resistors, wired in series with a little switch so it wasn't on all the time. God, that looks rough, doesn't it? But that's what it was. And that's how I powered it, with a cigarette lighter as well. And this was the mount that gave me so much chuff in trouble until I'd took it apart and re-greased everything. And that was the telescope I was just telling you about. How about that, eh? That was 2016 I sold that in. So, yeah, 9 years ago I'd sold it. So I guess, I don't know, I've been in astrophotography itself 9.5 years, 10 years, maybe something like that. It's hard to remember. I'm sure I've got more images of my old gear than that, but Meridian Flip just started. Watching that never gets old. It doesn't, Andy. No, I still like seeing a good Meridian Flip. You know what I mean? Did make some purchasing mistakes early on, like I was alluding to, shall we say. So as a beginner, sometimes people were saying, oh, get yourself like a Skywatcher Quattro, for example. I don't think that's a good beginner telescope at all. And there was mine, photographed, ready for astro buy-sell. After I'd messed around with it for a while. Probably didn't get one single good image, I imagine, but yeah, I know you can, and I could now, if I had to go now, because obviously collimation's like anything, it's a bit of a skill, but the scope is very hard to collimate, and it probably will still throw off during the night without uprated parts. So yeah, that was that. There's all sorts of crap on there, but sorry if this is boring for anyone, by the way. I'm just enjoying having a little walk down memory lane for a moment and seeing some of my old gear. I'm just trying to figure if there's anything else that I've got on here. Not really, I wouldn't say no. There is some images somewhere, and I could perhaps dig them out at some point if you'd like to see them, but yeah, other than that, that's what I was up to. Imaging with that kind of thing. Yeah, getting that Evo Star 80ED anyway, that changed things a lot for me, because I was immediately far happier with the images that I was getting. Same here, Nikon D5600 18-55 kit lens, shooting a terrible image of Orion. Yes, Orion bros, rise up. I always turn on drizzle too, since I just can just let the computer crunch. That's fair, Mike. I will say there are examples of times when you probably wouldn't want to drizzle, and that's if you've got tons of base resolution anyway. Because then you're just going to be trading that increased, if you like, spatial resolution for lowered signal to noise ratio at no actual tangible benefit. But if you're imaging with shorter rigs, Mike, absolutely, yeah, it can be a good idea if you've got enough signal to play with. Again, for tonight's clear skies in central Alberta. Nice. Started the hobby with a Power Seeker 60mm achromatic 6 years ago, visually. Nice. Okay, Nico, yeah, he does. I remember reading that now. Canon 5D Mark II with the 24-70 2.8. So nice camera and nice bit of glass as well, actually, there. That's fair. Meridian Flip just started. I remember reading that as well. I must have missed a load of comments somehow. Started watching Nebula photos in Astro Backyard. Yeah, I think that was probably where most people started watching Astro YouTube. Obviously, there were some people doing bits and bats beforehand, but I feel like, you know, in particular, Trevor and Nico, kind of, I don't know, ran the gauntlet first and figured out stuff that worked for them and really had that production quality to the point where you were like, wow, I'm really watching something that someone's put a lot of effort into right here. And that appealed, obviously. I don't know if I excuse me, my throat's so dry. Missing my timelines here or not, but Nebula photos and Astro Backyard kind of probably started booming around about time that a certain virus hit. You know what I mean? About 2019. And a lot of people were stuck having to find things to do indoors, yeah? Which probably helped, but they would have succeeded anyway, regardless. There's no two ways about it, because their videos are just so bloody good, and they've only got better over time. I will say, I don't know if anybody remembers, I love the current Astro Backyard videos, I do. But I sort of miss the videos a little bit sometimes, where, you know, like from Trevor's beginnings, where he kind of took you along, and it felt like your mate were leaving you like video clips of the night or something. It's hard to say, but like it felt like you were chilling out and having a night of imaging with Trev, rather than it being like a just hyper professional production like it is now, which there's nothing wrong with that. But it does lose some of that personality, I guess, of the early videos that they had. But that's just me, and yeah, they're still incredible. Somewhere around 2013, grabbed a 5D Mark III and super wide 40mm rectilinear. Went to Namibia for the first time. Good stuff, mate. Yeah. Holy moly. Just captured the whole night sky then. Yeah, just all of it at once. 14mm. 3-point alignment time. Clouds cleared finally. Glad to hear that, Milkman. Very, very glad to hear that, mate. I hope you've got a good session ahead of you. Because it does sound like a heck of a lot of bloody effort, you know, to set your gear up, doesn't it? Carrying it up from the basement. I nearly took another bite of this marathon bar then, but I'll finish it in a bit. I feel like it's gonna stick my teeth together again, which is not a good look on stream, is it? You know what I mean? Pavels says 99. No night there, mate. It's been a pleasure having you here for a while. Hope you've enjoyed your time. Having heavy thunderstorms in northern Ontario. Smoke bad. What about you in south? Huh. Right, looks like we can just about. Oh, Steve looking up, started with the DSLR 80D and a kit lens, then an 80mm triplet to a 5-inch refractor, and 3 mounts in 3 months. Jesus, mounts are like buses. Now 7 telescopes from 135mm to 11-inch. All this in 7 years. All Trevor and AC's fault. That's fair enough, dude. Rock Aruda. Alright, my throat's going creaky. I'm going to have to just go grab something to drink, chaps, if that's all the same to you. So I'll pop this on so you can at least see what my skies are doing. They're not currently imageable. Be as quick as I can. Back in a moment. It's gone on with focus. It seems to have had a bit of a paddy. Hang on, let's see if we can. Is it going to work? Oh, yeah, we're all good now. Appears to be back in focus. Alright then, chaps. Get back on with it. Not that it's important that you can see my mug, but yeah. Now, can't decide whether this is potentially going to clear or just stay like this now. As far as I can see on the horizon, we're dealing with that coming from the west, obviously. But yeah. Mic is on. We're all good. Let's get caught back up onto the Discord. Let's try to catch up. Where are we? Did you shoot Comet Atlas? I didn't catch Atlas, Mitch. I don't think I did, mate. No. I'm trying to remember the reason why. I could have sworn there was a specific problem. It might have just been not visible for me at that particular time, but if someone else from UK captured it, that quashes that theory. But I'm sure I would have had a go if it was a notable comet. So I can't see why I wouldn't have a picture. There must be a reason I didn't. That's some backward reasoning, but good luck, Milkman. Yes. Oh yeah, I read that one. Steve looking up. Trevor responded personally to a question about Adobe processing. Took time to clearly explain. Really appreciated his commitment to the community. Absolutely. Trevor's a lovely chap. Yeah. I mean, you can just... I don't know. I feel like you can just sort of see after time enough exposure to like what someone's doing and how they do it and how they conduct themselves and things like that. You get a feel for what they're actually like, and I feel like, you know, Trevor's a nice chap. I feel like Nico's a lovely chap. Really, really, I do. Probably, you know, a good bit of reason of why they've risen to the top. They're just likable people, and really come across well on the videos, on camera kind of thing. Yeah, I can't be the only person thinking that for sure. Same experience with Queeve. Again, another one. Queeve's a lovely dude. Really, really is. He's super, super knowledgeable. And I don't know how he gets so much done. That guy is a hard worker, I'll tell you that. Astro Island. How's it going, buddy? Greetings from Trinidad. Enjoying your videos and live streams as always. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. I hope you're having some lovely weather there. I'm sure it is. Yeah, thank you for your support. Just changed filter to the C2. Still on wide field. Nice. Okay, Keith. Queef tries to respond to all. He does. Yeah. For the longest time, so like Nugs is on about it. When I was putting out videos weekly, and before I had Felix, I absolutely tried personally to respond to every single comment that got left. Now, I sort of feel like I read every single comment and I leave a heart and a like and all that lot. But I do find it hard now to respond to every single comment because it feels like I get like guilt that I'm looking at my phone too much and things like that when I see, you know, my son's right there, etc. I'm lucky enough that my job involves me being at home a lot. It's a tricky one because I still struggle with like I feel guilt over not actually hand replying to everything as well, like I say, and typing out a comment back. But if someone asks a question, I absolutely will answer it. But yeah, that's me. I do my best. 3-point failed. Now I wait and watch. Oh, that's fair enough, Milkman. Yeah, I think in terms of like community relations, if you like, that sounds really silly to put it like that, but that's, I suppose, what YouTube would look at this as. For me, I've not found any real better way to do it than live streams, because you get to interact live. You see me reading your comments, you see me react, and you know, you can see that you have an impact. It's like that back forth that you get in a face-to-face conversation, if you like. Only the problem is the conversation comes in little nuggets here, etc. But you know, it seems like people enjoy it. I enjoy it, and it's responsive enough that it feels like we're able to hang out and chat. Do you know what I mean? It feels like that to me. You do these streams and engage with the community. Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, if you've ever left a question for me, Photon Voyager, I've replied. If I haven't, dude, I'm sorry. A lot of views and comments. Got to be hard to keep up with. Yeah, it can be. It's a really lovely situation, obviously. I feel like when Felix is maybe a touch older and he's not needing, you know, someone holding him literally like all the time, I might feel a little less phone guilt if I'm on my phone and stuff like that. Because honestly, that's where I do all my replying. It's the YouTube Studio app, because that's where you can read your comments on there and quickly reply, because I find it nice and fast to type on a phone. But yeah, if anybody needs like a technical reply, I'll have to leave it for a bit and then get to it where I can do it on a computer perhaps. But yeah, Chuck was a great one that I relied on for his live streams. Absolutely, I used to watch Chuck so much as well back then. You remember all his early videos when he'd be like telling you about his gear in his backyard and stuff? That was sick. Oh, thank you, Keith. Personally learned a lot. That's really lovely to hear, mate. Now I just can't get to his almost nightly sessions at Starfront. Don't know how he does it so often either. I mean, he must just love it. Do you know what I mean? He must just love doing it, and I guess the engagement's there, perhaps as well. Can you imagine if, let's say, if I was like live streaming to one person, it might feel a bit less inspiring to go live. But as it is, I feel like because we get a few views, there's a lot of interactions, a lot going on in chat. You guys are talking about stuff between yourselves. I see, you know, people writing to each other at times, and I see a lot of stuff getting written for us, and just stuff happening, and it feels very interactive, which makes it just an altogether better experience for the person doing the streaming, if you like. Yeah, it's a weird one to explain. It's explain my perspective on it, should I say. Wow. That's a lovely shot. So the Crescent Nebula, this Wolf Rayet down here, which is, I think, really tastefully processed, actually. I like that it's not overpowering or anything like that. Don't know what this nebulous region is right here, but it's got to have a name, hasn't it? It looks like something. And then the tulip down here. You gotta love it. What's this, by the way? It looks almost like there's some blue at the side of it too. Nick, night everyone. Early morning tomorrow. Good night, Nick, mate. Thank you for coming and spending some time in the live stream, dude. I appreciate it. But yeah, cracking shot by Rock Aruda. Let's leave him a like on that. Fatiu's Pac-Man. So this chap just started out quite recently, and he's come on leaps and bounds so fast. SQA 85, 2600 MC, AM5. Hang on. Apologies to headphone users. Whew. 155-minute subs. Beautiful. Yeah. So it could stand some noise reduction. I don't know if he usually looks for feedback, so I will give it, but could stand some noise reduction as there's some mottling brought out. But I love the fact that he hasn't crushed this to black, this region right here, like in the middle of the Pac-Man. You often see that brought straight to black, and I think it looks better being a touch lighter. The background is a touch purple. Overall, I will say it's present everywhere, so there is that could be neutralized, but other than that, I think his star size and color and shapes all look good. It's overall just a nice shot. Just needs some little tweaks. Second telescope was a Skywatch at 130mm reflector. Would that be a 130 PDS? Because the first reflector that I had any success with was 150 PDS. Yeah, that was quite something. I enjoyed that telescope. Smack dab in the hurricane season. Oh, okay. I don't know why, but I just think Trinidad. I think steaming hot weather. But yeah, I guess hurricane season, dude. Holy hell. I hope you're keeping safe then. Inside, practicing all day. Good stuff. And Stanley. Stanley Kubrick. In the chat. Oh my god. Hey from Perth, Western Australia. How's it going there, mate? It's nice to see you. Nico lives about 2 hours away from you, Milkman. That's awesome. That's how many miles away is that then, roughly? Can't be too far, eh? 100 and something miles. Probably got reasonably similar skies, I imagine. Henk Dervin, finally a clear night. 5.5 hours. 20-second subs. C-Star then. Is this... Oh yeah, C-Star is 50. Holy moly. C-Star. He has definitely seen stars. It's a nice rendition of the wizard. I like it. All the main features that make it the wizard. There, you know what I mean? His hat, his face, his hand, and his sleeves. Lovely. And his little wizard booties that he's wearing as well. But no, it's all present and correct and looking nice. Don't mind the coloration at all. I think the background's fractionally bright. But yeah. Bloody C-Star. It's amazing what you can do with the telescope. You can just bunk down and, you know, get some nice results, to be fair. John, how's it going, mate? Nice to see you in another live stream. I am indeed well. I hope the same for you, mate. Chuck's Astrophotography, NGC 7331, and Stefan's Quintet. And the integrated Flux Nebula. as we as I learned on stream. It's not the interstellar flux. It's very nice, but I don't know. Far be it from me to critique too much on Chuck, because he's a maestro with the old astro images. I sort of feel like this stuff in the middle's ended up a bit squirrely and textured somehow. I think the details is captured in the galaxies are fantastic for a 400mm f2 what 2.2 telescope, f2 telescope, something like that. I think it's f2. Beautiful. But this part's just catching my eye too much for me as a viewer. But it's a better image of, you know, Stefan's quintet and the Dalek than I've ever captured. So I can't I can't give too much feedback, can I? He had a time with this one, it drove him nuts. Right, got ya. Well, that adds some much needed and useful context to the situation, because I've been there. An image just driving your chuffing potty. So yeah, fair play. Fair play. He's still got, you know, he's got a wonderful image at the end of the day. About 85-90 miles away, ball free skies there. Oh, okay, fair enough, mate. You love the tulip. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful target. Andy Weller, this is his rig, actually. He was telling us about, I think, earlier in the live stream, wasn't it? M31 made a beautiful capture there. Look at the detail. How has he made his image come through on Discord so well, I wonder? Because it came through like totally noise free. Do you know what I mean? It looks creamy, does the background? It's really, really smooth. Now, there's an argument that there's potentially some hallucinated detail in this, but it's not that egregious. It's there. Yeah, it's a bit more textured than it is, but it looks really nice. So where do you draw the line? I think he's done a lovely job overall. A lot of colour, there's a lot to see. So yeah, you wanted to process the IFN out of it. Yeah, lovely stuff. Yeah, there's some luscious details. Love that word, luscious. Another one from Chuck. This one, good to see you again, dude. It's always a pleasure to see you in a stream. Finally awake for a Luke stream. Yeah, I decided we were going to have a little bit of a mammoth session today, mate. We've been live, well, not that long, I suppose, is it? 3.25 hours. My timer's working, thankfully. But yeah, mate, having a good time. Thank you for popping in and come spending some time with us, dude. I hope you enjoy the remainder of the stream. Just currently looking through the Discord and such, as we've got a little bit of passing cloud. It is clear now, but it looks like there's some more cloud about to drift in. We'll keep an eye on that before I tell my rigs to set off again. But it looks like someone's left a big old torch on, and that's because the moon's so bloody bright out there. I do have a question. Alright then, mate. First night tonight with my new ASCAR SQ855. The screw that locks the image train does not fully lock. There's a little give. The camera and filter wheel moves. Should I be concerned? Interesting. How much force do you have to apply to get it to move, John? Is it moving under its own weight and gravity kind of thing? In which case that would definitely be a concern. Oh, no night, by the way, Richard. I hope your rig's completely fine after that little hiccup earlier on, dude. You saw Chuck's latest capture of the Dalek group of galaxies. Nice, yeah. So yeah, just if you let us know about that, John, because there is one thing you could potentially check on the SQA55 right there, the screw that does the locking should have a small nylon tip on it, so you could perhaps fully unscrew the thing and take a look and make sure that that nylon tip is still in place, and then it'll be bearing appropriately on. Oh my goodness, Casey, man, my dude, coming in hot with the $50, Casey. Crikey, mate, thank you so much. Hey bud, how's it going, mate? Always a pleasure to see you. It really is. Hope you're keeping well. I want to say, by the way, Casey, I promise I'm going to make a start on this list that you've provided me with. I'm just not sure where to start. I keep opening Crunchyroll to have a look. Honestly, mate, I end up watching nothing because I don't know where to start. Does anybody else do that? Like you open an app like Netflix or whatever, and you'll, instead of watching anything, you'll actually spend more time scrolling through stuff you should be watching rather than watching. But yeah, clear skies, and I'm not up to doing crap. Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's not like they're going anywhere. The list is gonna get better. Pen is ready. I'm always ready, mate. Yeah. How long until it starts getting light? Andrew Weller asks. Good question, Andrew. Allow me to try to find out the answer for you. Oh, in fact, hang on. I can do that without dragging this off screen. Let me just utilize my other rig. So it will actually start getting light at 2:35 for me, I do believe, buddy. Just double check that for you. So you see using Nina's dark sky calculator right there. If I just hold my mouse button down right on that intersection. Oh, so 2:29. Yeah, 2:29 it'll start getting into dawn, if you like. But yeah, it would be nice if we could get just a few more subs, but I'm not sold on the idea that we can to be true to you. Yeah. No, I don't know. I think I should probably just park the scopes at that. We're going to be live for a little bit anyway while we're going through the Discord and just chatting and things like that. So doesn't matter. We've got some subs tonight. We've done our best with what we had. But yeah, 304. I suppose it depends how far south you are, doesn't it? Yeah, further north you are, it'd be even worse than this. Not yet. So not moving underweight. It's stiff to move. Not using half the pressure you used in your demo. Yours looks solid. Mine does feel pretty solid. I have heard people saying a similar thing though, John, which is what makes me ask. Let me just try to think now. So stiff to move. So is it stiff to move even when it's backed off, for example, and then the locking screws having no influence whatsoever on the telescope? If so, I wouldn't think it's possible, but I suppose it is possible. It might be sort of crossed on there slightly. I don't know. And binding, like mechanical binding. I'm going into Twilight soon, and I'm leaving it in about 30 minutes. That's weird, isn't it? To think we're like pretty much opposed, I guess, on the in terms of the shadow of planet. That's wild. What a weird thought. You have to get the Altair Astro 130 EDQ. I'm so tempted. Oh man. You know what, Casey? These days I would love a big triplet at some point. So if the opportunity comes up to test something like that, dude, yeah. You know me. I'm gonna do it. I tell you, now hopefully I should be a little bit more financially stable, shall we say. I feel like I can tell you guys without, you know, like making some big thing on the channel, but I want you to know really, because it's a lot of what I've managed to finally do is down to your support. Where's the chat panel gone? Right, we've got that. Let's get Discord open. Yeah, well, for a long time, we've been, obviously, as I've told some of you before, I've been living with my parents for an awfully long time, because it just worked out that way, and we all get along absolutely superb. But we were living under threat of losing the house, basically, because my mum and dad ended up, after the financial market crash, they had a mortgage, one of the mortgages that was, you know, got in the affected banks, so their mortgage got sold, and they ended up effectively a mortgage prisoner, in a position that they couldn't possibly pay it. I wasn't in a position to help, so yeah, we were just stuffed for a long time. YouTube and you guys have turned that around, so I want you to know that your support, I've been saving as much as I possibly could in order to try to do something about the house when this deadline finally came around, which it did. And I'm happy to say that I'd saved enough for a house deposit, and now, I suppose, if you want to look at it this way, my mum and dad are living with me and Chloe, not the other way around. So I've been able to buy, you know, get a mortgage, if you like, and buy the house and save it for us. So now we're not living under constant threat, which is really nice. And I want you to know that I'm bloody grateful. But yeah, bit of a random thing to tell you about, but I did want you to know. Especially you guys, like I say, because I know there's a lot of you in the chat tonight where, quite frankly, a lot of support has come from. So yeah, you've made a really big difference for a whole family, and yeah, that's a really wonderful thing. Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, Pete and Casey. It's just, yeah, it's mad. It feels absolutely mad to be in the situation where now we're like, holy crap, we're not under threat. Because it got to a point, you know, like with the mortgage prisoner situation, there's no possible way my mum and dad were going to be able to pay it off. So, yeah, YouTube and being able to save and stuff like that, thanks to you, this is been able to make the change and buy the house rather than have it take off us. Stress, it was, mate, it was awful. It caused a lot of problems, you know what I mean, at home. Obviously when I was not able to, you know, like I'm almost sad that I'm kind of ashamed to say it, but I wasn't able to work for a long time due to the anxiety and the depression and things like that, and the thought of losing the house coming up obviously didn't bloody help. But you know, I'm glad to say that's obviously old history, and that got resolved by YouTube as well. Do you know what I mean? A lot of the anxiety and such, like we've talked about before. Happy to see the channel is supposed to turn your life around. They really did, mate. Yeah. They really, really did. So, yeah, I just feel incredibly thankful. Obviously, I don't want to make a great big thing of it, because while it's a massive thing to me, I know it's mostly just an Astro channel, and most people are just going to be like, just get back to the Astro. But I just wanted to tell you guys on the live stream, because I tell you all sorts. You know what I mean? Yeah. Good to hear that I'm in that myself. Lost the battle, but life goes on, and I will survive. I'm really so sorry to hear that, mate. I can only imagine the amount of stress. It got worse as well. Not to drag you down, like when my mum and dad were in that position, they were trying the best to work out of it. But there's no way that we're ever really realistically be able to do it. And then my mum got cancer, which she couldn't work because she was just knackered, like proper knackered. So that cut down earnings again, and just one thing after another. You know what I mean? So to finally get out of the tunnel, not just see some light at the end of it, is quite the feeling. It's still not sunk in. Still not sunk in. This all happened at just like what? It finally culminated like 3 weeks ago, 2.5, 3 weeks ago, something like that. So yeah, unbelievable stuff. And I want you to know I'm bloody well thankful. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you. Chuffing hell, thank you. I wish I could just reach root screen and give you all the hug and the high five that you deserve. Yeah, I have to say this is a stonkingly nice image from Chuck there. It's not something that I'd line my telescope up on, I don't think, but he has, and to what an effect. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's true. Oh my goodness, Jason, what is going on, dude? Oh my god. Thank you so much for that, mate. That is incredibly kind. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Damn. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Casey. You know, thank you all for your support. It's just unbelievable. Life has a way of making you believe in miracles. I'm a believer. Yeah, I think it kind of does, doesn't it, Casey? I don't think... I mean, obviously there's nothing wrong with any realistically religious beliefs. But even if you're not a religious person, you have to somehow... You have to question stuff at some point when things line up eventually. Feels like more than just fate at play and luck. Yeah. Incredible to think about. I'll tell you what, I mean, yeah, you know, you just jogged my thoughts again there, Casey. While we're going on a random tangent, I mean, even like Felix. At the start of Chloe's pregnancy, we were, you know, genuinely concerned. And for a long time into it too, until we had finally had enough scans and tests and things like that to put the initial fears that had been seeded into us to bed. But yeah, and then he's came along, and we couldn't possibly have dreamed for a better baby. He's such a lovely little chap. Do you know what I mean? I reckon gravity is a god. Maybe. I'll get through it. Taking it day by day. It's life. 100%, mate. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose this is one reason I guess I don't want to go too much into stuff, because there's people going through all sorts of stuff, ain't there? And oh crikey, Pete, if the memberships, you're an absolute legend, dude. Oh my goodness. Thank you, mate. Thank you all. What an unbelievable level of support I've just experienced. Look at this. But to just before it goes out of my head, I mean, like I say, I don't want to dwell too much on obviously the things that have happened, etc. And because I know that some people use Astro as an escape from all that stuff, and you probably don't want to hear me talking about it. But I just felt like it, you know, the time was right to tell you, and let you know, because ultimately it's a very big deal in mine and my family's lives, and it is only been possible thanks to you. So yeah, thank you. And that's really why I'm saying thank you at the end of every bloody video, because I have you to thank. I know you went through. My wife passed in 2011, aged 55. Crikey, I'm so sorry to hear that, Keith. Now I have 5 grandchildren, which she would have loved to see. Yeah. That's really hard, mate. Is this going to be another one of those days? Brother, we're good. Honestly, it's the support has been just so incredible already. Let's just chill together. Honestly, it's all fine. By the way, hi Luke, mate. Thank you, Peter. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Thank you all so much, guys. Oh my goodness. Again, Casey. Mate. What is going on? Crikey. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Honestly, I can't say it enough. Really can't say it enough. Thank you so much. You're the best. Yeah, you're the best. It's not going to get changed in my eyes. I can't thank you all enough. You're a happy camper now, you're a pappy. I really am, Casey. I absolutely love it. I feel so privileged to be able to do this. It's A, something I love as my job, but B, that I can do it from home is magic. I'm getting to spend so much time with Felix, and can't put a price on that. And especially, like, you know, mum and dad living with us as well it's been a really, really good thing. They love spending time with him, so it allows me and Chloe to have a little rest as well. Do you know what I mean? For the baby. That's really kind of you, Casey. Thank you, mate. We all love you, Luke, mate. I love you too. You're the best. No, yeah. Oh, you can bet he's gonna see something from that, Casey. Yeah, don't you worry, buddy. We're actually thinking now he needs a. We've been looking at a playpen, a new one, because the one we got initially is now a little bit small. He's growing so fast. Look at the size of these, by the way. Let me just show you this a second. These are his little sandy footprints on a piece of card, and you can see. Hang on, let me get a ruler, because everybody just has a steel ruler hanging around. These bad boys, 4.5 inch long. That boy's got some feet on him. He's growing. So we're needing a new playpen. I reckon that's. I reckon you might have just got us that, Casey. So all of you guys, actually. So thank you. Yeah, you're absolute champions. The one positive I got from my bout of depression and anxiety was the gift of being able to talk about my feelings. Good to have learned that too. It really helps. It really does. And I understand Andrew, because I didn't want to talk to anybody about any of it for the longest time, and that didn't help. Those are teenager feet. They are. Yeah, they absolutely are. I think he is going to be a tall lad. I don't know if he'll get to be as tall as me, because his mum's really short, but yeah. It'd be funny if he did. Let's have a browse at some of these images. I have some boots. Can I have you from a review mirror? Oh, crikey. Yeah, he's a lovely baby. I'm trying to think, actually. I hadn't updated you recently with the latest. If you'd like to see him, that is. But we're always taking loads and loads of shots of him, obviously. Oh, great. This was my afternoon today, by the way. A little bit early before the stream. That's my granddad, who lives next door to us, by the way. And he absolutely loves to play dominoes. So we were playing some dominoes in the garden. good time. Oops, what else we got? I've lost my images now. Burned through Casey, no way. 26 kilo of filament. What are you making, mate? That's incredible. Been doing a little bit of painting just recently. Been having some fun with that. Nothing too noteworthy, but let me try to find you a nice image of Felix just recent. What he's been up to. Oh, this was a cool one. So this is I was just telling you about this this crate, so this is said crate, and this is Chloe and Felix who fell asleep in there. In his little ball pit kingdom. But he's just started crawling a little bit this past week. He can't crawl very far before it's a bit small. So yeah, we're thinking of, like I say, replacing that one. That's coming up next. Look at this. What a lovely little guy. Yeah, like I say, guys, I can't thank you enough for the support. What a difference it's made. And I just want you to know that. You know what I mean? I don't have a cat. Whose are the boots? Thank you, dudes. That I'm knackered. Remember those days? One of us was sleeping with the little ones. Yeah, mate. It's a good time. It's a really good time. I can't believe how fast it's changing. You know what I mean? It's just me and Chloe joke about it being like patch notes, you know, like for software updates. And every day he's got some new patch notes for us, like he'll just get a new skill or something that he's unlocked. It's just a good time. So M31, by the way, I'm getting totally off topic. I know I'm supposed to be doing astronomy stuff, but what did he take this with? Doc Groggy, 5.5 hours integration, Canon 90D stock. Okay, with 100 to 400mm lens at 200 f5.6, untracked, StarAdventure GTI. One shot color, no filter. Very nice result, to be honest, for a especially for a unmodified DSLR. Even though it's a broadband target, it would still benefit from that modification, I think. Oh yeah, nice. There's some background modeling, obviously. But it's really hard to avoid all of that sometimes with a DSLR. It's not easy. Yeah. Superb. I just want to say thank you again. I know I've said thank you a few times, but yeah, thank you again, chaps. And it's always a pleasure to like chill out. Obviously, there's a lot going on, so time to chill out, wind down, and just have a bit of time with you guys doing something we all enjoy is good for the soul. I like this M42. Got a very airy feel to it. What's he taking it with? Canon R7, so a mirrorless Canon, 65 PHQ. This is Fabian. 4 hours total integration. Bought off Horse Guys in Germany. Okay, respects and reflects. The actual brightness conditions in this region, yeah, it's a very high dynamic range region, shall we say, yeah? The world is full of begrudges and jealous people. You'll find none of that here, Luke. I think I speak for all when I say we're chuffed for you. That's lovely, mate. It is. It's lovely. Lovely to say that. Thank you. And apologies if you just heard me fart while I moved on my chair. That was totally accidental. Oh my God. What a beautiful punctuation to that lovely message. I just shifted to get comfortable and let out a trump. Oh, it's all happening on stream today. Good God. But no, you're right. You're absolutely right. And yeah. That's absolutely classic, isn't it? Oh, we're trying to have a lovely moment together, and then I just rasp a fart down microphone. Oh God. Love it. Anyway, this chap wanted to try to respect the brightness in M42. I think he's done a nice job. He's not blown out the core. Pity that I just blew out my own asshole, but yeah, he's done a nice job. I'm gonna get some Zeds. Been a great evening. Thanks to all. Thank you, Andrew. I know you've been here quite a while, buddy, so I appreciate you spending some time. It's been a good one. Klaus, CDK17, F6.8. Funny enough, a picture of Trump popped up on my screen as you jumped. Yes. Oh, goodness. That's golden. Planewave CDK17, F6.8, 6200mm Pro, Astrodon filters, robotic unguided setup. That's going to be one posh mount. Yeah. Total integration 12.5 hours, so he's put some time on this. A good split of luminance, a little bit, maybe a little bit heavy towards color channels, perhaps, I don't know, but it's still a nice split. Fantastic details on the galaxy, and so much of this background dust has been brought out, looks like quite carefully, which is lovely to see. You're still here, Josh, I didn't realise. Master of the Skies and Destroyer of Pants. Yeah, that's it. You know it, buddy. Oh, man. Luke, I'm out, mate. Catch you again. Oh, no problem, Peter. Thank you for spending some time, dude. As always, like I say, I appreciate each and every one of you out there. Oh, good night as well, Keith. Love your live streams and videos. Just wish I had the money. Not at all, Keith. You contribute so much just by being here, buddy. Truly. Like I was saying before, I don't know if you've already left, but I'll just reiterate the point. These streams would not be what they are without you guys being as active. You know what I mean? You participate in choosing to spend your time with me, with us, and make these streams what they are is key to the whole thing. Yeah, so thank you. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, just before we lose them, I mean, I just want to say, obviously, thank you all again for the support. It's been, I mean, $50, $100, 50 memberships, another $50. It's been unbelievable. Cracky dudes, thank you so much. I didn't want them to slip away and go again unnoticed. So thank you. And thank you, Blake, as well, this one. So that's your name, finally. I do remember you. You gave an awful lot of support yourself, dude, in some of those previous streams. So thank you. Streaming on Discord, Adventures in Astronomy. Nice. How's it going, Cosmic Ray? Did you get your C Star? I know you were interested in purchasing one, so I'm assuming that's what you're using. And yeah, by the way, see you, Peter. I was just about to deliver some critique on Klaus's very fine image of the fireworks galaxy here. So I think he's done a wonderful job with how carefully he's applied this stretch to bring out this IFN, as well as the entirety of the spiral arms on the fireworks galaxy, and at the same time not burn out that core. So that's lovely to see. I think his colour work is very nice. A shade green just on my screen, but oh mate, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to say thank you, dude. Holy moly. Thank you. Thank you, mate. You're an absolute legend. I mean it. You have both, by the way. Oh, okay. S50 and S30, both EQ. Very nice, Ray. Hope you're enjoying those, mate. I do. Bloody heck, mate. That's awesome. Holy hell. Thank you. You're legends. You really, really are. Like I say, I struggle sometimes when there's that kind of support coming in. There's no handbook on how to react. It's just astonishing. I just hope you really all know that I don't take it for granted, and it means a great deal. Really, really does. Just to finish my critique, by the way, before I go off undoubtedly on another tangent, Klaus has demonstrated some major changes now over his images. His processing came on so much from some of the... Oh my goodness, Mike as well. We're coming in with $50 as well. Thank you so much for all you do and this group. Thank you. Thank you, you guys. Honestly. Unbelievable. It's always nice to catch one of your streams. Ouch. Cheers from Mexico, says Marco. Nice to have you here, Marco. Waiting for the moon to rise to stream it with my C-Star and Maxtov since DSO's not a real option tonight. That's fair. That's fair. Cracky, guys. Thank you so much. Honestly, you're just above and beyond. Above and beyond. I do want to point out one thing I've seen on Klaus's image. Before I go off it, like I say, he's came on so much with his work. Some of the earlier images he'd submitted, we gave feedback. His next images were better. We gave feedback. And now, this is really nice. Do you know what I mean? There's just a few little things to give some more feedback on, I think. And that is, I don't know if this is coming through on stream for you guys, but there appears to be a degree of a hatch, like a hatch pattern visible across. So it's of a fixed frequency across the whole image. So it's not like it's varying and bunching in areas and stretching in others. It's pretty much a fixed frequency. Almost looks like screen door effect, or is it called Moya pattern? But yeah, without dwelling on it, well done, Klaus. Basically, I think you've really come on massively, mate. Catch you. Oh, sorry, you were saying catch you later. I think to Peter. Hope I didn't miss you leaving there. Sorry about that. Or it was Blake going. Crikey. Fantastic detail. It is. It's a really wonderful telescope. He's had access to there as well, and he's processed it tastefully. That's it's really good to see. Rock Aruda. Go with 60mm Astrotech, Poseidon C Pro, Anti-Halo Pro filter, like that filter. AM3 mount, 9 hours, 20 minutes of integration time. Beautiful. I tell you what, I hope my shot that I'm working on with like the same camera, same filter turns out as nice as this. Because that's, that does it for me. That scratches the itch. I like seeing this thing presented in its whole context. Really, really beautiful. No real notable feedback to offer, I don't think, on this. There's like a slight pinking down here, but I can't tell if it's meant to be there or something because it's so deep, you know what I mean? There's these flecks of nebulosity. I can't tell if it's a diffuse one of those. Just a stunning image, really. Well done, Rockaruda. Really, really liked that. Nathan, good to see you here, mate. Been a while since it's been on. Yeah, it is, mate. It's been a little while. Nice to see you here, though. Absolutely. Looks very good. Clean and beautiful. It is. Can't knock it. Like I say, it's, when you get images of this kind of caliber. It's it gets a bit iffy offering feedback. Do you know what I mean? Because it's nicer than stuff I take. North American Nebula, Pelican Nebula from 2int. Second ever narrowband imaging attempt. Second ever! And they've got the coloration like this. Crikey, there must be a fast learner. Very nice. A little too much green has crept in on the top, just for my tastes. If it was going to be green in there, I'd like to see it hinted at most places. But on this, it appears to be predominantly in that top segment, if you like, which... I don't know, your eye's drawn to it, but it's not necessarily being drawn to a positive feature in the image, but it's the second attempt, which is wild to think. It took me ages to get anywhere near that kind of quality, so well done you. Absolutely. John Hudson, this looks dramatic before I even click on it. So, Tulip Nebula region, Wolf Ray at 134, with HA and a faux HOO palette from Ball 7 to 8 Skies by John Hudson. 6 hours 15 minutes. FF65 Quint, 2600 MC Duo, AM3, L Enhance. Okay. And there's his software list. I can't really probably go through all that. We will just go take a peek on Astrobin at this one. I'm super sketched out by links, I'll be honest with you. It's I know everybody's meaning well, it's just I've had the heebie-jeebies put up me by hearing people talking about session hijacks, you know, where someone can literally like take over your account and then start streaming bloody nonsense scams and things like that from your established account. Ooh, it just makes me feel terrible. But yeah, this thing. Wonderful shot, by the way, John Hudson. I don't know why I said his name like that. John Hudson. Yeah, really wonderful shot. I like the structure that he's fetched out in that outer ring of the Wolf Rayet right there. It doesn't feel overdone by any means, and this hint of oxygen over here as well almost looks like it's a remnant of or linked to. The tulips came out fantastic. If I had to give feedback on this, it would be potentially that it looks fractionally soft, but I can't put my finger on why. But the coloring's beautiful. I think the black point's accurate as evidenced, you know, by regions like this are pretty much pitch. Regions like here, where you would maybe think it could be darker, do appear to be populated by signal. So, you know, it's only right that they're visible. But yeah, just a cracking image, John. So if you do see this, buddy, well done. Stanley says, I've got a question. I'm trying to sell a lot of my astronomy stuff. How much is a reasonable price to ask for a Takahashi EM200 Tema 2 Junior? With it being TAC, it's hard to say because regional pricing for TAC varies massively. So, like, if you're buying a Takahashi piece of equipment over, let's say, here in the UK, I don't know where you're from, you see. So, if you're buying a piece of TAC equipment over here, just always extremely expensive. If you're buying a piece of TAC equipment and you live in Japan, something like that, it's a lot more affordable. So that would alter it. But generally, a rule of thumb that I've tried to always just about go by, depending on newness and quality equipment, is take the new price and times it by 0.6, and that's just about a decent used price. It needs correction. I've got to say it's with higher named gear like that, if you like, you kind of command a higher price than that, but it's just a rule of thumb. You're in Australia. Well, in Australia, so you're, in terms of proximity to Japan, you're reasonably, I know it's all relative, but you're reasonably close. So does that mean that Takahashi stuff is a little bit more affordable in Australia, and as such, you know, you might want to adhere to that 0.6, 0.65 times pricing kind of thing. If it's in really exceptional condition and stuff, by the way, you might want to ask a tiny bit more or whatnot. But yeah, that's often a rule of thumb over at least here. Usually, if you want something to go really quick, you might sell it, you know, 55% the new price or whatever. This would take me two dual narrowband filters, LXtreme and ASCAR, Sulfur 2 and Oxygen 3, using a one-shot color, but using Luke's mono workflow. Okay. Given the low cost of the ASCAR C2 filter, I'm relatively pleased with the result. And quite rightly so, I would say. I think you've really got that SHO kind of feel from your data. So well done on that. Overall, the tadpoles are well resolved. Could stand fractionally more denoising, I think, just for my personal taste. But it's hard to say what the data could take, you know, without having a look at it. It might have already been pushed to like the ragged edge. The only other feedback I can give you, Paul, if you see this, is that the background is tinted gold, oddly, so like a yellowish gold. That could likely be corrected with masking kind of thing, but yeah, nice effort, dude. Good night to you too, Gideon. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Always a pleasure to see you. I hope you're enjoying the scope. We both know which scope. Alan, Pabs Astro. Alan's a lovely chap. I met him in person at one point. 4 hours on the Crescent Nebula taken with the SV555 Altair 269C under Bortle 6 skies. Nice. Excuse me. So the image does appear to slightly be split into like blue and reds, if you like, but it's free of gradients. There's plenty to see in terms of like overall details on display. SV555 269, so he's limited focal length that he's working with. I think he's got a lot out of the image. The only thing I'd suggest might be how he's put the stars back in. I'm assuming these have been taken out and put back in at some point. There's a little bit of kind of a blobby appearance around some of them, which I'm thinking likely a result of the rescreening. It's hard to pin down, like I say, without seeing someone's workflow. But overall, a nice shot, mate. If you could have one takeaway from it, from me, if you want the feedback, it would be if you could correct that purple bias, that purplish blue bias. That'd add a lot to the image. I think in overall it's presentation. But yeah, super. Yes, I do. We finished our home remodel, so time to get it out again. That's fantastic, mate. Oh, Casey, gotta go. I'll leave you something for your list. Helk. It's not what you think when you get to the end of the season. Take care. Have fun. Thank you very much indeed, Casey. Thank you so much again, mate, for your support. I hope one day I get to say thank you in person, mate, somehow. It's just, I hope you know it means a great deal. Thank you. I'll write that down literally right now, by the way, on the Casey list. Helk. I'll have to drop you an email at some point, if you're still here, Casey, and ask where you think I should start on this list. It's getting out of hand. Yeah. I will. We'll keep going. A little bit longer. I'm starting to feel mentally like I'm flagging a little bit, but I'd feel really terrible, like open leaving after all this support. Do you know what I mean? Alan Kennedy, color or mono for your first steps into deep sky? I think both are perfectly accessible these days, Alan. There's a lot of tutorials out there, especially like, you know, where you're watching this on YouTube. I've done a good few myself, that hopefully can lead someone through start to finish processing. Gut feeling is go one-shot color and enjoy that for a season or two at least, or maybe forever. You may just find that you love one-shot color like I love it. I have ultimately ended up with both, but I've always felt well served by one-shot color cameras, and never really felt held back, even though I'm aware that there is a higher image quality ceiling with mono cameras. So if that's something, if you're someone where that would really bother you, it may be best to just tear off the plaster right away and get straight into mono. But yeah. Talking about in person, when will that Luca Matico Star Pie take place? Can you imagine? Crikey. Damien. How's it going, Damien, mate? It's good to have you here. Hope you're having a good day, buddy. Hard question, Alan. It is. Yeah, it is. New cameras and combinations like the mini camera really made mono easier. Depends on weather more than anything else. Yeah, I've completed more images. In terms of time spent, not just in terms of because I've used one-shot color more, but I mean in terms of time spent, I feel like I've completed more images with one-shot color. But would those images have been better if done with a mono? It's possibly a really tough question. If you could tell us a little bit more about you, we could possibly offer you a bit more tailored advice. It's just like, by that I mean, what are your ultimate goals for astrophotography? Are you doing it just for the love of the game? You want to take your own images and enjoy it for what it is, or you wanted to take the best images that have ever been taken eventually, and really push it as far as you can go? Just got out, mate. Are we looking at all the Discord pictures? We've been having a little look through, Damien. Yeah, mate. We've been going through a few of these. We've been doing a bit of imaging tonight. It's been all right. We got clouded off, Damien, to be honest with you, mate. I'll just pull this across to one side and where is it? Fire up the old remote desktop. Moon's up now and dawn's breaking anyway, so we can park these telescopes. Actually, I should have left that on while they're parked, shouldn't I? That would have been more fun for us to watch. I'll kick it back into action, then we'll do the park. But yeah, we got a little bit of data. We were shooting SH2 140 was the target of choice since you asked, Damien. I'll show you what that looks like in a moment, mate. Get this thing clicked on, and then we can watch these scopes park back into position, can't we? But here it was. This is just like 1 3-minute H sub through the Edge HD with a reducer, and that's it in the framing wizard at the long focal length. So it should be a tasty one with any luck. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's flat park. I'll get ready on both scopes. Then we can do like a tandem park maneuver, because why not? So I've hit park on both. Oh, how about that? You'll love to see it. We'll I can't see chat right now, but we will have to get that. At least I need to fire off some questions to you, Damien, I suppose, about the Dobsonians, man. I'm seeing, like, every morning that I'm up, I'm seeing Venus up and now Jupiter right next to Venus, and I'm thinking, oh, God, I wish I had a big Dobsonian or something to look at these. But, I don't know. I'm just troubled by how much they cost and whether I'm going to get that level of use from them, you know what I mean? Nearly done parking. Gosh, it takes some time, doesn't it, to actually go back home. Well, there they are, both in their flat positions. Finished. And we're at 15.6 degrees ambient outside. Super. So I can close these buggers down. That's fine. I'll leave this idling on the desktop because I'm going to copy across the data later. Same thing over here. I'll just take you through this as I'm doing it on stream. Why not? I already saved the thing earlier, so no need to save now. Lovely. Right. Back to what we were doing. Discord and wherever it's gone, chat. There we are. Right. 2 more subs, then flats, then I'm starting this sleep nebula. Make me an all soon. Oh, I feel absolutely donked. Should upload my new Amiga Centauri picture from there. Oh, mate, please by all means upload it. Yeah, I'll go back up, mate, and I'll refresh. I'll tell you what I've been looking at a little bit as well, Damien. Shall I? If I just go on what? First Light Optics. It's a Stargate 400 piece. It's a new Dobsonian and 16-inch. So a portable scope by your standards. But I like the fact that it can do that. What the hell's happened to the image? Yeah, that's its kind of party trick. It's got a set of like triangle trusses down at the bottom, but then 3 sliding arms, which if it's designed well and it's rigid enough, that should be all right, eh? But it's this. It's a lot of money for a lot of air. Do you know what I mean? That's my only worry. Yeah, that's my my main worry. Mostly we've been talking about biscuits. It's true. David M's using the 533 MC Pro for the first time tonight after using a DSLR for ages. Oh, super, David. I hope you're enjoying that, mate. It's a lovely feeling going from there's anything wrong with DSLRs, but going from one to something specific for the job, dedicated. Yeah, feels good. Lots of it. Yeah, it's I don't know, it feels weird, man. Like if you're looking at I don't know, I'd ask it our 150 PHQ or whatever they are. That 151 PHQ or whatever. Great big refractor or something. You feel like you're getting something super substantial, but they look very, very open, don't they? Less so with its shroud, I'll admit. But yeah, another constraint. I'm thinking about the fact that I probably need to observe. I'm assuming you have like double doors or something, Damien, where you're able to take your telescope out. Mine's gonna have to come through like a steel door. And door frames are obviously a finite width, aren't they? So could that be another factor that means I really should look at perhaps a 16 like this, or maybe even something smaller? I don't know. As much as I would chuffing love a 20, again, it's price tag, given I've got other financial responsibilities. And like size to get it out. Well, I've no issues with the weight and such. It's more just that size. But It's okay, Luke. I'm not really getting offended by the DSLR thing. Well, the fact you bring it up, Nugsy, makes me feel like you are. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, man. I want to stick that bad boy on a pier at Starfront. Yeah, can you imagine? Crikey. This is one of the things, though, like you mentioned there, Jason, I do worry, even in a very limited sense. Let's say if I bought one, for example, just went mad and bought one. What's it going to be like at opposite sides of the sky? Is it going to need recollimating when I'm pointing it west, low west versus low east, for example? How steady will it be? It's a new design. Nobody's got one yet. There's a lot of question marks hanging around it, kind of thing. Another other thing as well. I don't know what your weather's like, Damien. Whether you end up with, shall we say, unplanned showers, very much. But it's always something I have to observe here, mate. So let's say if I did have to carry something out, like you're talking about there, pick up each section and drop on the ground. How quick can they be packed away if a rainstorm whips up out of nowhere? I'm assuming not fast, which is, again, a little bit of a worry. Once again, with the other one, so it's like 50 kilos. I can just pick that up and whip it inside whole if need be, no problem. But I'm assuming the big ones probably must be really heavy. County Durham, so not a lot of clear nights. Pensioners will probably afford colour camera before mono and filters. Mainly done planetary up until now. Okay, so that's some really useful information there, Alan. Well, I feel like since you've already got a PC up and running, I'm assuming, for planetary work, you're not particularly limited by your options. That said, if you have a smartphone or a tablet or something like that and you don't mind using an app on it, I'm going to suggest perhaps having a look at an ASI 585 MC Air, because that's going to get you set up for deep sky stuff very bloody quickly and easily. With an appropriate telescope, you're going to be able to capture some phenomenal images. And the learning curve is frankly just not as steep. I just feel like my gut feeling is you're going to have more fun with it because you're not going to be battling equipment as much. But yeah, they're available around about 800 and something quid, I think, right now. But that's a lot for your money. I think you're getting a cooled camera with a very up-to-date sensor, a guide camera built in, and it facilitates your guiding entirely within the system as is. You don't need to supply a guide scope, an off-axis guider, or anything. It's all built in, and you're getting your imaging computer and some memory as well, if you like. As well, it's all on board. There's a lot to like. Get a telegizmo cover. That's a good shout, actually, Mike. Yeah, for a quick shower for sure. Yeah, I pick up each section and drop. Do you think a 20 would go out, or a 24 doesn't? I think the 20 is probably outside the budget, most likely. You know what I mean? I'm very much dreaming at the minute. I'll be honest with you. I can't just up and buy one right now, but I'm. It's on the radar. It's on the radar, especially since, like I just mentioned to you when you first joined chat, mate. I keep seeing Venus and Jupiter near one another in morning. It's making me go, oh, just wish I could have a good go at that. If I just open up Stellarium a minute to try to show you what I'm talking about, for those of you who are not kind of following, video ideas all written down here. Where's the chat gone? Where's the RAM gone? Here we are. So, yeah. A little bit later in morning, and these will be up nicely. And I'm just thinking to myself, but it's right there. Sun's up too, but I can't hit that. It's well behind the trees, unfortunately. By the time it's imageable. Where are we looking? On the ecliptic, so somewhere there. Yeah, stands up and looking nice too, dude. Good position actually right now. I could probably get that, but only very late on. Anyway, I've been rambling and sidetracked once again, as is usually the case with my my streaming efforts. There we go. Got the chat panel back. I'm with you once again. I've sent the image in email. Couldn't compress it where I am. Got you, dude. No worries. Let me just crack open my talking with TW Astro as we speak. Some very nice stuff from last night. Super, dude. Get these over here. Got you, Damien. Just getting Damien's image, by the way, in case you're wondering what I'm up to. Yeah, I want to show you what he's captured. I can't stop humming this chuffing this kid's song we keep putting on for Felix. Called The Happy Song. It's an earworm and it's in my head. Wow, mate. Bloody heckers. There's 6 spike diffractions neat. I'm assuming you've got a triple vein on your big 24 then. I just can't believe I hadn't noticed that before now, but man. That's redonkulous. Donkulous. Some may even say ridiculous. Love it. Yeah, that's thank you for sharing that, Damien. I don't mind at all what you've done with that, mate. Lovely stuff. Yeah, obviously I've got some questions I need to fire your way about big dob ownership, whether I can even make it feasible. I've got too much gear, to be honest. I've once I got to the point, like with YouTube and trying to finally save some money and do what we discussed earlier, I got to the point where I didn't have to sell everything I owned to get the next telescope. So I've ended up with a few bloody telescopes. And I feel like at the very least I probably need to get rid of my Skywatcher Quattro because I just don't see myself using it. Maybe a few other bits too. Yeah. Roll off shed for a 20-inch dob. B&Q, do a 4x6 shed for 178. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah. Good night, Luke. Thanks for the stream. All the best. Supernuke test went well, although the images were a little soft. Interesting, Nick. Interesting. Trying to think what that might be for you, buddy. But if you think your focus hasn't drifted from when you set up, or if you're running autofocus through the night, obviously it's not that. Back focal length on your chroma corrector, perhaps. But yeah, a chat will cost you nothing. Just give you more information. That's true, mate. Yeah. Unfortunately, not Cosmic Ray. No, still he's sat in his box. I've just been. We've had so much shit on, to be honest, mate. Past few weeks, I haven't really dealt with anything that's not just been mission critical, basically. But yeah, I do need to get that sorted. And yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say. For those of you who don't know, by the way, Damien, who I'm chatting to there, just asking some questions about Dobbs, etc. He's got his own YouTube channel, and you should absolutely check him out. And the interesting thing about Damien's videos is, I mean, is interesting presentations. I think you've got a really how can I put it, like a really followable way of talking, how you convey your thoughts. And B, the fact that the bloody telescopes you use are ridiculous. They're massive, which really stands out, you know what I mean? But I've always wanted a big Dobsonian, and I've always felt like it'd just be a leap into the abyss. I don't know if it's the right choice for me, etc., etc. And yeah, that's why I'm keen to ask good old Damien about it, you know what I mean? Aaron, how's it going, mate? Been in hibernation for 3 months. No astrophotography, just reading books. That's good. All right. How have y'all been? Been all right, mate? Yeah, I've been doing okay. Been getting by. More than getting by, actually. Just lately, I think we're thriving. We're doing well. So, yeah, thank you for asking. And I very much hope the same is true for you. Sounds like you've been having some constructive time there, buddy. I feel like my brain is just very much slowing down at this point. You know, like when you can feel you're impaired. Like you've had 2 beers or something and you can feel a little bit impairment. Exactly, here we go. I can't even talk English anymore. You can feel it creeping in. I'm absolutely zonked, guys. I'm going to have to pack this in very shortly. I hope you won't mind. I need to get this AM3 to park as well now. There's always something else it needs doing. But yeah, I want you to know it's been a bloody pleasure. It absolutely has. I hope you've enjoyed it half as much as I. Yeah, truly, it's been a good one. Thank you, mate. Next year we'll have a new house and land. Wow. Holy shit, dude. That's going to be awesome. Good on you. Josh, I can't believe you're still here, mate. You're going to be knackered. Ah, thank you, Ray. It's kind of you to say, buddy. Yeah. Been a good one. We've got through a few images. We've done some astro imaging proper. That's been a bit of fun. Talked about a lot of stuff. Solved all the problems of the world. Good session. You know how it is. Good stream. Kept me company. Pleased to hear that, Phone Voyager. Always a pleasure, Luke. Community is just so wonderful. Mike, mate, it really is. I'm usually a champion stayer upper. I'm flagging too. Good night, Luke and everyone. That's fair, buddy. That's fair. Yeah, thank you all, not just for the support, of course. That's been phenomenal. It really, really has. But thank you for spending your time with me, and also for what that support means. You know what I mean? Now I've told you guys in chat. It's really, really, really fantastic. Thank you. It's been a blast. Haha. Glad to hear it, Milkman. Glad to hear it, buddy. Yeah, super. Right, I will wrap up. Thank you again. I could say thank you until 8 in the morning. I just hope you know that I mean it. And yeah, I will see you in the next one, whenever that may be. They're good. I have a lot of fun on these streams. We've obviously got a lot to do. At some point, Damien, by the way, I don't know if you're still here, buddy, but obviously you're on the Discord. If you would like to chat, or if I catch you on one of the live streams, for example, or something like that, I'm not so great at scheduling things at the minute. I'll be honest with you. But there's probably a voice channel we could pop in live on stream if you'd be up for something like that, mate, and chat about it. Do you know what I mean? Could be a good one. Could be interesting for people. But yeah, super. I've had a really lovely, lovely evening. Thank you all for that. And I hope you've enjoyed yourselves too. I'm going to go relax. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow on Discord. But whatever. My brain's gone.